Chapter 1336. After returning to Earth decades later, he wanted to see the place where he used to live. He wanted to pay his respects to the kind old man who took him in and raised him. However, he realized that the familiar courtyard house was gone. Then he learned that the courtyard house that the old man had turned into an orphanage had been destroyed by a conspiracy. He learned that the old man's descendants had died tragically in his own home. He also saw with his own eyes that the youngest descendant of the old man had died tragically in his early 20s and turned into a ghost. His heart was filled with anger. Previously, he had heard some things from the two old men outside the neighborhood. He was certain that all of this had to be directly related to the Lin sect group that the two old men had mentioned. However, he still asked the woman in front of him. He wanted to know the truth from the woman who had personally experienced the incident 3 years ago. Hearing Lin Tian's question, the woman was stunned. Then her soul trembled. 3 years ago, the woman recalled the past and appeared to be in pain. She recounted everything one by one. There were no discrepancies with what the two old men outside the neighborhood said. However, it was clearer. Her parents were unwilling to sell the courtyard house. It was not only because the compensation offered by the Lin sect group was so low that it was outrageous. It was not even 1/10 of the courtyard house's total value. More importantly, it was their ancestral home. How could they sell their ancestral home? It was not something that could be measured with money. After that, gangsters kept coming to their house to make trouble and threaten them. There was once when they almost broke her father's leg. After some time, 3 gangsters came to their house. This time, they did not threaten them. Instead, they were even more ruthless. They used a strange, spray-like agent to numb our bodies and make it difficult for us to move. Then, they moved us to a place near the kitchen and opened the natural gas valve in the house. Not long after, the gas filled the entire house. Then, they left my house and threw a lighter in. The woman's voice was choked and trembling. If a soul could cry, she would have shed tears at this moment. At the same time, her eyes were filled with hatred. Her home was destroyed at that time. Her parents were killed at that time. She also died at that time. However, she did not completely disappear. Her soul remained. Later, due to her hatred, she gradually turned into a malicious spirit. Dad, Mom. She choked on her words. No child would not be sad when their parents died. They were their closest relatives. What's more, her parents were killed by someone else. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and so did the aura around his body. Previously, from the words of the 2 old men outside the neighborhood, even though he had already guessed the truth of the incident 3 years ago, when he truly learned the truth from the mouth of this Chen family woman, his anger still burned even more intensely. "What's your name?" he asked the woman. "Chen Lin." The woman said, "Okay." Lin Tian nodded. "Stand up straight and don't move." Yes. Chin Lin didn't know why Lin Tian wanted her to stand straight, but Lin Tian's aura was very terrifying, giving her a feeling like Mount Tai. She immediately obeyed. Seeing Chen Lin stand up straight, Lin Tian raised his right hand. Golden divine light surged as he activated the Tiani Soul incantation and the Sun Nirvana technique. Several different types of divine light swirled out and instantly enveloped Chen Lin's soul. In the next moment, wisps of blood-red light appeared. Chen Lin's soul began to glow as flesh and blood slowly condensed. This is... Chen Lin trembled violently. She saw that flesh and blood were slowly growing out of her soul body. "Don't move," Lin Tian said softly. Chen Lin had only died 3 years ago. Her soul was very well preserved. With his current cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to restore her body and rebirth her body. In fact, according to the essence of the cultivation world, Chen Lin's situation was not considered true death. True death meant the destruction of both body and soul. Chen Lin's soul was perfectly preserved. It was equivalent to a cultivator's soul that did not dissipate after the destruction of their body. Moreover, it was not an ordinary remnant soul or spirit, but a true intact soul. Under such circumstances, it was not difficult to be reborn. At least, for someone of his cultivation level, it was easy. He only needed to help Chun-Lin condense a new, intact body, and it was equivalent to bringing Chun-Lin back to life. Buzz! Several types of divine light surrounded Chun-Lin and surged into her soul, causing it to shine even more brightly. More blood-red light appeared, and blood-red flames danced. The speed at which flesh and blood condensed and evolved also gradually increased. A body was being condensed. Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Done. At this moment, Lin Tian put down his right hand. He condensed Chun-Lin's body again. Chun-Lin's soul lived in this body in perfect condition. She was no different from a normal living person. He even used his divine power to refine a set of clothes for Chun-Lin to wear. Chun-Lin was stunned. She looked at her hands and could not help but tremble. Her face was full of shock and astonishment. She had clearly died 3 years ago, and only a faint thing that was called a soul had been preserved. But now she had actually recovered and had a corporeal body. She had become exactly the same as when she was alive 3 years ago. I'm alive? She asked Lin Tian in a trembling voice. Yes. Lin Tian Ondao. Chun-Lin trembled even more. She could not imagine such a thing. It was beyond her understanding. Even though she had once turned into a ghost and knew that there were many things in this world that could not be measured by common sense, and that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person, this still shocked her. Thank you. She thanked Lin Tian profusely. Her voice trembled as she looked at Lin Tian with a hopeful expression. Can you revive my parents as well? Please, I beg of you. She felt that if Lin Tian could help her recover and be reborn, he should be able to help her parents come back to life. Lin Tian shook his head. He looked at Chun-Lin and said, Your situation is fundamentally different from your parents' situation. It can't be considered a true death. It's just that your physical body has disappeared. Helping you recover your physical body can be considered as rebirth. But your parents' bodies and souls have dissipated. They are truly dead. There is no possibility of them coming back to life. He felt that this girl was very filial. She always thought of her parents, so he explained to her in detail. Chun-Lin trembled and tears streamed down her face. Even though she knew that it was a luxury to ask for her parents to come back to life, it was still very sad to hear the answer. Lin Tian silently watched Chun-Lin choke with sobs and tears. After more than 2 hours, Chun-Lin calmed down a little. He spoke again. Come with me. As he spoke, he turned and walked out of the room. Chun-Lin was still choking with sobs. There were traces of tears on her face, but she had calmed down a lot. She listened to Lin Tian's words and saw Lin Tian walking out of the room. She hurriedly followed him. Lin Tian walked to the door of the room. He activated his divine power, and the restriction array pattern on the door instantly disappeared. The tightly shut metal door opened on its own, as if it had a mind of its own. He stepped out and walked along the corridor of the 4th floor. He walked toward the staircase, not far away. Young man, you're all right? The dozens of people surrounding the corridor did not disperse. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian walk out of the haunted house unscathed and with the same calm expression as when he entered the house, they all revealed shocked expressions. However, in the next moment, these people's expressions changed. Because after Lin Tian, Chun-Lin also walked out of the room. Ghost! That malicious ghost. She came out. The dozens of people were all terrified. Compared to before, Chun-Lin had changed a lot. She was no longer a soul with a murderous aura. She did not have fingers that looked like chopsticks. Moreover, her physical body had been repaired and was reborn. However, these people still recognized her immediately. In fact, These people had seen Qinlin when she was a Yin spirit before. They were terrified of her and had a deep impression of her. Although Qinlin's appearance was very different from when she was a Yin spirit, her overall appearance was still very similar. Instantly, these people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their legs trembled, and they did not even have the strength to run away. Lin Tian stopped and looked at the dozens of people in front of him. He looked at the middle-aged couple who owned the room and said, "From now on, don't worry." He did not say too much. After he finished speaking, he continued to walk along the corridor and toward the staircase. Qinlin followed behind Lin Tian. She still remembered some of the things that had happened to her. At this moment, she bowed to the dozens of people and the middle-aged couple and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you." After she finished speaking, she hurriedly chased after Lin Tian. When she passed by the dozens of people, she scared them again. Soon, she followed behind Lin Tian and walked down the concrete staircase to the 4th floor of the building. Only then did the dozens of people in the corridor let out a sigh of relief. After that, their eyes were filled with shock. That young man subdued that malicious ghost. It looks like that's the case. So amazing. That young man is actually a master. He's really capable. But so malicious ghosts can speak human language. These dozens of people all had shocked expressions on their faces. We can live in peace now. Really? The middle-aged couple was scared, shocked, and excited. Lin Tian walked along the concrete staircase. At this moment, he had already walked out of the building. Qinlin followed behind him carefully. He turned back and looked at the building behind him. This was originally the ancestral home of the kind old man who took him in and raised him. However, it was forcibly demolished by a conspiracy and even killed several of the old man's descendants. His eyes were very cold. Chapter 1337. After returning to Earth and finding Qinlin, the descendant of the old man who took him in, Lin Tian thought that Qinlin should know where the old man's tomb was. "Yes, I know," Qinlin replied. When she was alive, she would go with her parents to pay respects to her great-grandfather every year. Naturally, she knew where his tomb was. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Take me there." Qinlin replied with a "hm." Like Lin Tianyi, she looked at the building behind her with tears in her eyes. This was her home in the past, but later there was nothing left. Her parents also died here. She wiped away her tears and led the way for Lin Tian. Soon, they walked out of the community. After looking around, they walked out of Bailey City. After 3 years, the surrounding environment had changed a lot. However, she had lived in this city for more than 20 years. Even though the surroundings had changed a lot, she could still clearly identify the directions. Great-grandfather's tomb is in a small forest outside the city. It will take a long time to get there. She said to Lin Tiandao, "It's okay." Lin Tiandao. Qinlin replied with a and continued to lead the way out of the city. Lin Tian followed Qinlin and followed her. During the process, Qinlin walked very slowly. However, Lin Tian didn't say anything and just followed quietly behind her. 2 hours later, the two walked out of the periphery of the city and went further away. After that, another 2 hours passed. Lin Tian followed Qinlin and came to a small mountain far away from the city. "It's just ahead," Qinlin said. Lin Tian followed behind her. Soon, they came to the foot of the mountain on the other side. There were sparse cypress trees around. Qinlin continued to lead the way for Lin Tian. After turning a few more corners, she said, "Where?" She pointed forward. Then her expression changed. She didn't say anything else and froze. In front of him, there was a broken dark red coffin exposed on the ground. The lid of the coffin had been opened and rolled to one side. There were bones inside and outside. Along with the soil, there were also bones outside. Along with the soil, there was a black stone tablet that had fallen to the ground. With the soil and dust falling on it, a few large words could be faintly seen. "Chun Chi Yuan's tomb." Lin Tian looked at the tombstone on the ground and the words on it. His body couldn't help but tremble. Someone was destroying tombs and coffins. Great-great-grandfather. Lin couldn't help but cry. It must be them, the people who threatened us before. In the past, Mom and Dad didn't agree to sell our ancestral home. They often threatened us and said that they would dig up our ancestral graves. The tomb had been dug up, and the coffin had been destroyed. The soil was scattered everywhere, and the whole place was in a mess. The traces had been there for a long time, and it didn't look like it had just been destroyed. At least a few years ago. It should have been destroyed by someone a few years ago. Lin was not stupid. She immediately thought that it was done by the hooligans who threatened her family. Tears flowed down her face. To any family, the ancestral home and ancestral grave were extremely important. Yet now the ancestral home had been destroyed, the parents had died, and the ancestral grave had been dug up and destroyed to such an extent. This sort of shock was truly too great. She walked forward with tears in her eyes, wanting to tidy up her great-grandfather's grave. Lin Tian raised his hand and stopped her. "Let me do it," he said. He asked Lin to stand aside and went forward. Without using any of his divine power, he picked up the scattered bones with his bare hands and gently put them into the cracked coffin. Then he closed the lid of the coffin. Then he picked up the scattered soil with both hands and sprinkled it on the coffin bit by bit, slowly burying the coffin. Chun Chiyuan, that old man, used to be a soldier. He didn't have any high-ranking military rank. He served in the army for a few years and then retired. Like many soldiers who served in the military, he was very ordinary. But in his heart, he always felt that the old man was a very amazing soldier. He had the self-discipline of a soldier and the gentleness of a soldier. That year, I was 12 years old. He half squatted on the ground and sprinkled the surrounding soil on the coffin bit by bit. With his back to Lin, he said, "At that time, a good friend of your great-grandfather came to visit the courtyard house that your great-grandfather built as an orphanage. They sat together. I saw them from a corner far away. That friend said to your great-grandfather that he didn't have much savings. Why did he have to care about a group of strangers who had nothing to do with him?" Lin stood aside. She had long believed that Lin Tian, who looked about 20 years old, was the orphan that her great-grandfather had adopted. At this time, when she heard Lin Tian's words, she couldn't help but ask, "What did great-grandfather say?" The age difference between her and her great-grandfather was very large. She had never even met her great-grandfather and didn't have the slightest impression of him. But he was her ancestor after all. She really wanted to know more about him. Lin Tianyi picked up the nearby soil and slowly rebuilt the old man's tomb that had been destroyed. He wiped away the soil and dust on the old man's tombstone so that the engraved words on the tombstone could be seen clearly. He said, "I want those children to know how beautiful and dazzling this world is." Lin stood to the side. When she heard Lin Tian's words, she couldn't help but tremble. She was a teacher and happened to be a Chinese teacher. Naturally, she could understand the deep meaning of the sentence. Her great-grandfather took in children who were abandoned by their parents or whose parents had died. He raised these children and wanted them to know that the world was full of hope, light, kindness, and love. Great-grandfather. Her voice trembled. Her ancestor was really an amazing person. He was a great person. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He wiped away the soil and dust on the tombstone and put it back in front of the old man's tomb. At this time, the sky had already darkened. A few stars dotted the sky. Not long after, a full moon appeared, sprinkling silver light on the ground. Lin Tian stood in front of the old man's tomb. He was like a divine plant, like a rock, motionless. Lin stood to the side. Lin Tian didn't say anything, so she didn't say anything either. She and Lin Tianyi looked at the tomb in front of them. Time passed quickly. The stars in the sky disappeared, and the full moon disappeared. The sky gradually became brighter. Soon the sun appeared in the sky. Warm sunlight sprinkled down, and the world became brighter. It was also at this time that the world suddenly trembled. A murderous aura spread out, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The air suddenly became extremely cold. Outside Lin Tian's body, arcs of electricity intertwined. His eyes were frighteningly cold. 3 years ago, those hooligans who came to your house to make trouble and threaten you. Tell me about them one by one. His voice was cold. Decades later, when he returned to Earth, the place he used to live was gone. The ancestral home of the old man who took him in and raised him was destroyed. His descendants were poisoned and murdered. Even the tomb where he slept was destroyed. He couldn't stand it. This matter wasn't over yet. Chen Lin's body trembled. At this moment, her legs were weak. At this time, Lin Tian was too scary. She couldn't help but feel fear. It was as if she was facing a peerless demon god. Her voice trembled. It was not until a long time later that she told Lin Tian all the hooligans who threatened them. At the same time, she vaguely knew the location of those hooligans. She told Lin Tian everything. Cold light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. He turned his head and took one last look at Elder Qin Chiyuan's tombstone. A faint, golden divine light surged out and enveloped Qin Lin. In an instant, they disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in front of a huge entertainment club. The club was a tall building, more than 40 meters high, with a total of 12 floors. At this time, there were many pedestrians nearby. Many people stood in place with their eyes wide open. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian and Qin Lin as if they had seen a ghost. These two people, how did they suddenly appear? What's going on? Some people stared with their eyes wide open. There were quite a few people walking in this area just now. Many of them suddenly saw a faint light flash past. Lin Tian and Chen Lin's figures suddenly appeared in this originally empty area, causing all of the pedestrians to be quite shocked. At the same time, Qin Lin was also shocked. Her body trembled. She knew this place. It was the place she told Lin Tian before. The hooligans who threatened her family usually lived in an area in Bailey City. She and Lin Tian were at the foot of a small mountain far away from the city a moment ago. Then, in a flash, she and Lin Tian appeared here. If they walked between the two places, it would take about half a day. But now they arrived in the blink of an eye. This, she trembled slightly. She knew that this must be Lin Tian's doing. This kind of means shocked her. Even though she already knew that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person and had seen many terrible things about Lin Tian, she was still shocked by this. This kind of movement was too exaggerated and too terrifying. It was like teleportation, as if he was a god. Lin Tian did not care about the shocked expressions of the pedestrians around. Looking at the club in front of him, he scanned it with his divine thought. Cold light intertwined in his eyes, and he directly walked in. Although Chen Lin was still in shock, when she saw Lin Tian walk into the club in front of her, she immediately followed him. Lin Tianqing entered, and soon, deafening music came from within the club. After walking for a while, a very spacious ballroom appeared in front of him. All kinds of gorgeous lights interweaved and swayed in the hall. Many seductive figures swayed wantonly on the dance floor, and the air was filled with a fiery and flirtatious atmosphere. Chapter 1338. The enchanting woman was very attentive. Obviously, she belonged to this club, like a brothel madam in ancient times. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He didn't care about this woman and didn't say anything. He just kept walking forward. There was a staircase in front of him that led to the upper floor of this club. "Hey, handsome, where are you going?" The enchanting woman spoke again. After a pause, she saw that Lin Tian was still cold and didn't pay attention to her. Then, she saw that Lin Tian wanted to go to the upper floor of this club, which was more special. In addition, she saw that a woman like Chen Lin was following Lin Tian. Her face sank. Obviously, she knew that Lin Tian didn't come here to have fun. She immediately stood in front of Lin Tian and said coldly, "You're here to cause trouble, right?" As she spoke, she gave a look to the distance. Suddenly, a few strong men with strong muscles came over. A special club like this would naturally have some special security guards. These people were them. "Brett, are you looking for trouble?" One of them said coldly. Several strong men immediately surrounded Lin Tian and Chin Lin. They didn't have any good intentions on their faces. Moreover, in this spacious ballroom, many people naturally saw the scene, and many people looked over. Someone is here to cause trouble. No way. This is the territory of Brother, who of the Sand Hu gang. Who dares to cause trouble here? Isn't he looking for death? How dare he cause trouble with that kind of body? A few young gangsters with purple permed hair looked over. Obviously, they knew this place better. They looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads mockingly. In fact, Lin Tian's body was indeed not strong. He leaned towards the slender type. Compared with the strong men called by the enchanting woman, he was indeed not good enough. Looking for trouble, the purple-haired gangsters clicked their tongues. On the dance floor, many people were looking over, waiting to see a good show. After all, people who came to this place were looking for excitement. Naturally, they liked to see exciting things. Fighting was also very exciting. At this time, it looked like Lin Tian and the other strong men were about to fight. With a buzzing sound, the music in the ballroom became more intense in the blink of an eye. Obviously, the music in the ballroom was controlled on purpose because many people were looking at Lin Tian and the other strong men, as if they were beating war drums for the strong men. At the same time, on the dance floor, scantily clad girls swayed their slender waists even more seductively. Not far from the ballroom, Lin Tian was surrounded by several strong men. His expression did not change at all as he continued to walk forward. The expressions of the enchanting woman and the burly men turned even colder. They had been in the underworld for a long time, so naturally they could tell that Lin Tian was here to cause trouble. At that moment, the burly men directly attacked Lin Tian. The 7 strong men waved their fists at Lin Tian in unison. Their attacks were very ruthless. However, in the next moment, the burly men trembled as if they had been electrocuted. Their eyelids rolled back and they fell straight to the ground. They were still breathing, but they directly fainted and temporarily lost consciousness. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His pace did not change as he led Chin Lin to the stairs leading to the upper floor of the club. All of them fell. What happened? In the dance hall, everyone was looking at this side. The purple-haired hooligans from before were all stunned. The dancing girls on the dance floor also couldn't help but stop. All of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide. They did not see Lin Tian at all, but the 7 strong men fell to the ground. It was a little scary. At the same time, the enchanting woman with heavy makeup trembled. You! At this time, she looked at Lin Tian again. The enchanting woman trembled and stepped back. She sat on the ground and did not dare to open her mouth to stop Lin Tian. She did not know how the 7 strong men fainted, but she knew that it must have something to do with Lin Tian. At this time, how could she dare to stop Lin Tian? Looking at Lin Tian made her feel scared. Lin Tian used a weak pressure to cause the 7 men to faint. He didn't care about the reactions of the people in the ballroom. Bringing Chin Lin, he quickly entered the staircase leading to the higher floors of the entertainment club, heading towards the higher floors of the building. Until he and Chin Lin's figures completely disappeared into the stairs, the people in the ballroom were still shocked. Just now, what happened? Many people widened their eyes. No matter how hard they tried, they could not figure out how Lin Tian made the 7 strong men faint. Lin Tian led Chin Lin along the concrete stairs. Soon, they arrived at the 12th floor of the building. The 12th floor was the top floor of the building. There was a very spacious room, more than 1,000 square meters. There were many people in the room. Most of them were bare-armed and were doing physical training. There were also people guarding the corridor. Who are you? Who allowed you to come up? Lin Tian led Qin Lin to this floor. They were immediately discovered. The people guarding the corridor were all shocked. Obviously, this was not a place where ordinary people could come. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His footsteps did not change. He walked toward the room of more than 1,000 square meters on the 12th floor. Wisps of pressure intertwined around his body. The people guarding the corridor who were about to attack him immediately fainted. He led Qin Lin directly into the room. There were about 100 people here. When they saw the two strangers, Lin Tian and Qin Lin, and saw the people guarding the corridor fall to the ground, they were naturally shocked. "It's you!" a yellow-haired young man shouted. He stared at Qin Lin, who was behind Lin Tian, with an expression of disbelief. This person was about 29 years old. He looked at Qin Lin as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, a young man with dyed red hair and a young man with tattoos also changed color. They were about the same age as the yellow-haired young man. "Qin Lin!" Both of them changed color. Behind Lin Tian, Qin Lin naturally saw the yellow-haired young man, the red-haired young man, and the young man with tattoos. Her body trembled. "You!" Tears appeared in her eyes. They were full of hatred. She would never forget these three people. Back then, it was these three people who had repeatedly threatened them. In the end, they used a strange drug to make her parents and her lose their ability to move. Then they blew up her house. The family of three was killed. "You!" The yellow-haired young man, the red-haired young man, and the young man with tattoos all stared at Qin Lin with wide eyes. The person who was killed by them 3 years ago was now standing in front of them. At this place, dozens of people obviously noticed the strange expressions of the yellow-haired young man and the other two. They couldn't help but be curious. One of them asked the yellow-haired young man, "Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Are these people your acquaintances?" The yellow-haired young man's surname was Zhao. He, the red-haired young man, and the young man with tattoos had mingled outside for a long time. They had a certain status among the dozens of people. "What's the noise?" A shout was heard. Outside this room of more than 1,000 square meters, a burly man was surrounded by several people. He walked in from the entrance at the other end of the room. He looked about 42 years old. There was a hideous scar on his face, and there was a fierce aura around him. Seeing this person walk out, everyone in this place bowed and saluted. They shouted, "Brother Hu!" The scarred man's full name was He Hu. He was the boss of the Sandhu gang. He was one of the fiercest people in Bei Li City's underground forces. There were many people following him. This entertainment club was also one of his properties, and it was worth a lot. At this time, when he walked in, his gaze quickly fell on Lin Tian and Qin Lin. His experienced eyes could tell that these two were not his people. Moreover, from Lin Tian's cold expression, he could tell that Lin Tian did not come with good intentions. He immediately sneered, "Looking for trouble?" The yellow-haired young man moved in front of He Hu. He glanced at Qin Lin and said, "Brother Hu, that girl, Qin Lin, is the daughter of the Qin family in the courtyard that the Lin sect group asked us to deal with 3 years ago." Next to He Hu, the 29-year-old yellow-haired young man quickly recounted what happened 3 years ago. "What?" He, whose eyes narrowed. "Are you sure she's the daughter of the family of 3 that died?" "I'm sure, there's no mistake," the yellow-haired young man said. At the same time, the red-haired young man and the tattooed young man also spoke. 3 years ago, the two of them and the yellow-haired young man used a special spray anesthetic to make Qin Lin's family of 3 lose their mobility. Then they created an accident which caused the death of the Qin family of 3. This allowed the Lin sect group to smoothly start construction and develop the real estate in that area. They remembered this incident very clearly. Even after so long, they would never forget it. He who looked at Qin Lin, his eyes narrowed slightly. The person who died 3 years ago was actually standing in front of him, perfectly fine. A human? A ghost? After a pause, his face turned cold. "I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." The people of the underground forces were not weak after all. "Take them down," he who ordered. In an instant, a group of people surrounded Lin Tian and Qin Lin in this place. When the yellow-haired young man and the other two saw the dead Qin Lin reappear in front of them, they were quite shocked. However, at this time, when they saw how domineering their boss was and heard he whose order, the shock in their hearts disappeared in an instant. The yellow-haired young man took a few steps forward and said arrogantly, "Brother, who is right? I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. I'm going to kill you today." If a little b asterisk tch like you leaves and divulges what happened back then, won't the accident that we worked so hard to create for your family be exposed? I don't want to go to the police station. Of course, even if you go to the police station to report this, it's useless. Brother, whose men are there? As he spoke, a 3-inch-long machete rushed out from behind him. He smiled maliciously and walked towards Qin Lin. "Come and have a taste of my machete. Today, I'll make sure you can't even be a ghost." "Huh." The people from the Sand-Hu gang surrounded Lin Tian and Qin Lin. Qin Lin looked at the yellow-haired young man walking towards her with a machete. Her eyes were filled with hatred, but she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was obvious that the yellow-haired young man and his gang had left a huge psychological scar on her 3 years ago. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was beside her, moved. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of the yellow-haired young man. The yellow-haired young man trembled. He was shocked by this unnatural speed that made his scalp go numb. His expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and snatched the machete from the yellow-haired young man's hand. Pooh! Blood splattered. The yellow-haired young man didn't even have the chance to scream before he was cut into two. His organs and intestines were scattered all over the ground. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Even the boss of the Sand-Hu gang, he who was no exception. Lin Tian's speed was too fast, and his methods were too ruthless. In an instant, he had cut the yellow-haired young man into two. It was very frightening. "You dare!" He who was the first to regain his senses. He glared at Lin Tian and fiercely shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were as cold as ice. His expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't hear he whose voice at all. He completely ignored him. Holding the blood-stained machete, he looked at the red-haired young man and swung it in the air. Clang! An ear-piercing sword cry resounded. A golden blade appeared and flew towards the red-haired young man like lightning. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The red-haired young man was cut into pieces on the spot. His body parts rolled in all directions. After dozens of years of cultivation, he was an immortal emperor who suppressed the 10 heavens. As the lord of the immortal court, he had set down immortal rules that forbade any immortal court disciple to attack ordinary mortals. He hated cultivators who attacked ordinary mortals. However, the ordinary mortals referred to those who didn't commit any evil deeds or seek death. The yellow-haired young man, the red-haired young man, and the tattooed young man were clearly not ordinary mortals. They were purely evil people who deserved to die. Chapter 1339. After killing the yellow-haired and red-haired youths, Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the tattooed youth. Facing Lin Tian's cold gaze, the tattooed youth suddenly trembled. His pants were wet and he staggered back. Then he shouted at the knife-scarred man, "Brother, help me kill him." Although this person was evil, he wasn't stupid. Although he didn't know why Qin Lin, who was killed by the 3 of them 3 years ago, suddenly appeared here, when he saw Qin Lin and Lin Tianyi, and when he saw Lin Tian kill the yellow-haired and red-haired youths, he clearly guessed that Lin Tian must be here for Qin Lin's family. Since Lin Tian had already killed the yellow-haired and red-haired youths, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Moreover, the way Lin Tian killed the yellow-haired and red-haired youths was too terrifying. The yellow-haired and red-haired youths didn't even have whole corpses. That kind of scene was too terrifying, and it terrified him. When he who heard the tattooed youth's voice, he looked at Lin Tian. He wanted to say something, but his Adam's apple moved a few times, and he couldn't say a single word. As the boss of an underground power, he had seen many big scenes, but such a terrifying scene was something he had never seen before. Lin Tian had split the yellow-haired youth into two with a single slash, and then he had actually split the red-haired youth into pieces. Was this something a human could do? At this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, in this place, dozens of other important members of the Sandhu gang were also trembling. At this moment, they all retreated, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Lin Tian. They couldn't say a single word. Lin Tian looked at the tattooed youth and casually threw the machete in his hand. It turned into a ray of light and shot towards the tattooed youth, instantly piercing through him. At the same time, the machete dragged the tattooed youth's corpse and smashed a big hole in the wall of the room. The corpse directly rolled down from the 12th floor and landed on the ground of the building with a bang. Blood splattered everywhere. There were many pedestrians walking around the building. When they saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces changed. Kill. Murder. A woman screamed in terror. All of a sudden, the nearby crowd was in chaos. Many people looked at the corpse on the ground and then looked at the 12th floor of the building. Many people were trembling. Call the police! Call the police! Someone shouted. On the 12th floor of the building, the members of the Sand Tiger Gang were even more terrified than before. These people trembled as they looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had casually thrown out a machete, and after piercing through the tattooed youth, he had actually dragged the corpse and smashed a large hole in the wall. What kind of strength was this? Was he even human? Chun Lin's body was trembling as well. She was shocked by Lin Tian, but she was also moved by Lin Tianxia's death. Tears couldn't help but gush out from her eyes. 3 years ago, the 3 people who had caused the death of her family. Today, she saw them being killed with her own eyes. Her great hatred had been avenged. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at He Hu, the leader of the Sandhu gang. You, what are you going to do? He who had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. There was a knife scar on his face and he had a fierce aura. However, at this moment, he was like a mouse. His eyes were filled with fear. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, he couldn't help but back away. He said in a trembling voice that Chin family, they weren't killed by me. They were killed by those 3 people. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In a flash, he appeared in front of He Hu and grabbed him by the neck. Using his powerful divine sense, he searched through He Hu's memories and found many things. Back then, the incident against Chen Lin's family was related to the Lin Zong group, just like what the hot-tempered old man said yesterday. It was both the chairman and the general manager of the Lin Zong group. As for the Sand Tiger Gang, it was completely nurtured by the Lin Zong group behind the scenes. His eyes were filled with coldness. With a shake of his right hand, He Hu's body exploded into a cloud of blood. After searching He Hu's memories, he found out about the incident 3 years ago. The Lin Zong group had instructed He Hu to deal with Chen Lin's family. As for the yellow-haired youth and the other 2, they were all instructed by He Hu. At the same time, he saw other things. This He Hu had committed all kinds of crimes. There was no reason for him to let such a person live. It would only cause more people to suffer. Brother who? This, ghost, demon. In this place, everyone trembled. Then they all began to swarm and run away. Every one of them was terrified to the extreme. They stood there and actually saw Lin Tianyi turn He Hu into a cloud of blood. What kind of method was this? From their understanding and knowledge, this was definitely not something that a human could do. These people ran away in fear. Some rushed to the elevator. Some ran directly down the concrete stairs. Many people fell down continuously, but they quickly got up and ran away. Each and every one of them was so scared that their faces were pale, and they were extremely terrified. In the blink of an eye, Only Lin Tian and Chen Lin were left in this place. Chen Lin was also trembling slightly, although she knew that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person and could even help her resurrect. Seeing Lin Tianyi turn He Hu into a cloud of blood was still very shocking. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He walked to the edge of the building where the tattooed youth was killed by him. He looked towards the center of Bailey City. There was a huge building there. Compared to the other buildings in Bailey City, it was as eye-catching as a crane in a flock of chickens. It was at least 2,000 meters tall. It was the tallest and most majestic building in Bailey City. Looking at the building, Lin Tian's expression was cold. When he first left this world, the tallest building in this world was less than 1,000 meters tall. The tallest building in Bailey City was only 300 meters tall. Now, after 50 years, he returned to this land, and the city had changed greatly. There was now a gigantic building that was 2,000 meters tall. Perhaps this building could be considered a very famous building in the current world. This building was the headquarters of the Lin sect group, the Lin sect building. He stood at the edge of the 12th floor and looked at the Lin sect building in the center of the city. He asked Chen Lin to come to his side. Then a golden light flashed around his body, and he disappeared with Chen Lin. The next moment, they appeared in mid-air above the top floor of the Lin sect building. They looked at the Lin sect building through the thick, bulletproof glass. There were several people on the top floor of the building. Chen Lin's body trembled. In just a moment, Lin Tian brought her from the entertainment club and appeared here. Most importantly, she was now floating in midair with Lin Tian. This, she was shocked. She knew that this must have something to do with Lin Tian. She could not help but feel her heart palpitate. What kind of person did her great-grandfather adopt? He was like a deity. At this moment, Lin Tian was facing a bulletproof glass on the top floor of the Lin sect building. There was a very grand office. Several people were discussing something in the office. At this moment, someone saw Lin Tian and Chen Lin floating in midair behind the glass. He trembled and let out a scream. The other people in the office were also shocked. They saw a man and a woman floating in midair. Lin Tian looked into the office. He released his aura and the bulletproof glass shattered. He walked into the office with Chen Lin. His gaze landed on the two middle-aged men in the office. One of them had a big belly and thin hair. The other was wearing a black suit. They were the chairman and general manager of the Lin sect group. From He Hu's memory, he knew that Chen Lin's family was killed. He knew that the chairman and general manager of the Lin sect group were the culprits. Naturally, he also knew what they looked like. You. Who are you? In this office, the chairman, general manager, and a few others of the Qilin sect all had a change in expression. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and a devilish-looking young man walked in. He looked at the chairman of the Lin sect and said, "Old man, the tribute this time doesn't taste good. Are you patronizing me?" The chairman and general manager of the Lin sect were shocked when they saw the devilish-looking young man. They forgot about Lin Tian and Chen Lin. The chairman of the Lin sect hurriedly went up to him. Please calm down, exalted immortal. Every time we present the tributes to you, we have carefully selected them. We are definitely not patronizing you, exalted immortal. Is it because the tribute this time does not suit your taste? I will choose another one immediately. I promise that we will find a better tribute for you in the shortest time possible. The chairman of the Lin sect was very careful in front of the devilish-looking young man. He had a fawning expression on his face and did not dare to show any disrespect. That was because all these years he was able to establish the Lin Zone Group and make it a top brand in China and abroad. It was all thanks to the support of this demonic young man in front of him. The young man had all kinds of extraordinary means, and he had seen it several times. He was like an immortal. He could act as he pleased in front of some international officials. However, he was extremely cautious in front of the devilish-looking young man. He was like a servant, afraid that he would offend the young man if he did anything wrong. At the same time, Lin Tian's gaze fell on the devilish-looking young man. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. He could sense a demonic aura from the devilish-looking young man. He was not an ordinary human. He was a demon. He did not expect to see a demon cultivator in the mortal world in just one day after returning to this land. Moreover, he was related to the Lin sect group. "We have neglected the tribute this time. Please forgive us, exalted immortal. Please forgive us." The chairman of the Lin sect was still apologizing to the devilish-looking young man. He was very careful and respectful. Chapter 1340. Upon hearing the young man's words, the chairman of the Qilin sect hurriedly nodded. "Exalted immortal, you have sharp eyes. Please help us. These two are not simple." The chairman of the Qilin sect could naturally tell that Lin Tian and Qin Lin were not friendly. Otherwise, how could they break through the window and enter? Moreover, he also knew that Lin Tian and Qin Lin were not ordinary people. How could ordinary people float in midair? "I'll help you solve this. Remember, don't spoil my mood for the next tribute. Otherwise, you know the consequences," the young man said. The chairman of the Qilin sect nodded repeatedly and looked extremely respectful. "Don't worry, exalted immortal. From now on, I will personally check the tributes and ensure that all the virgins are young and beautiful to your liking. Also, please don't worry about money. In the future, I will pay you double the previous amount." "Good. Remember what you said." The young man nodded in satisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards Lin Tian and Qin Lin. His eyes were filled with indifference and playfulness, as if he did not care at all. At this moment, Lin Tian heard the chairman of the Qilin sect's words and caught something unusual. "Tributes, virgins, young and beautiful, taste." His voice was cold. "What are you doing?" From the chairman of the Qilin sect's words, it was easy to tell that the Qilin sect group seemed to be providing virgins to the young man as tributes. Then, what was the young man doing with these virgins? He could tell that this demonic young man was definitely not a good person. The young man smiled evilly. "You're about to die. You don't need to know." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a black light shot out. It carried an eerie demonic aura and headed straight for Lin Tian's glabella. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He did not move at all. The demonic light that the young man shot at him directly shattered in front of him. It could not withstand the aura that naturally intertwined around his body. The young man's expression changed. The playfulness and indifference in his eyes disappeared. He instantly saw that Lin Tian was not ordinary. He could actually shatter the demonic light that he shot out on his own. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. Lin Tian did not waste any time. He raised his right hand, and a golden light flashed. He directly extracted the memory of the young man regarding the tributes that the chairman of the Qilin sect had mentioned. In an instant, his expression changed. The so-called tributes that the elder of the Qilin sect spoke of were young girls around the age of 16 who had maintained their virginity. This demonic youth had forcefully taken their virginity to cultivate and then cruelly devoured them. "How dare you?" His voice instantly became bone-piercingly cold. A wave of killing intent surged out, and with a bang, the demonic young man was sent flying while vomiting blood. The chairman and general manager of the Qilin sect changed their expressions at the same time. "Exalted, exalted immortal." The chairman of Linlong was shocked. He knew how terrifying this demonic young man was. He'd revealed inhuman and miraculous abilities on numerous occasions, and he was practically an immortal. But now he'd actually been blasted flying by a few words from Lin Tianyi, who'd suddenly appeared, and this scene caused him to be horrified. Cough! In the distance, the bewitching young man coughed up blood. There was a mysterious jade slip hanging on his chest that was emitting strands of light, and then it shattered into a mist of light with a crack. It barely blocked Lin Tian's killing intent and protected his life. Divine weapon fragment. Lin Tian's face was cold. The murderous aura he emitted was very cold, but the lethality it contained was not too strong. He was worried that he would hurt the other innocent people in this building. It was also because of this that the demonic young man barely managed to keep his life with the protection of the divine weapon fragment. Blood gushed out of the demonic young man's mouth. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Tian in horror. Lin Tian had only emitted a wisp of killing intent, and yet he'd suffered such a terrible injury. Even the protective jade that his clan had obtained from a dangerous ancient site had shattered. This caused his eyes to be filled with fear. In an instant, he understood how terrifying Lin Tian was. He was definitely not someone he could handle. With a whoosh, he moved quickly and used his demonic aura to shatter a window on this floor. He turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the office. Then he stepped on the walls of the Qilin Sex building and moved to the other buildings nearby. He used the buildings to change his position quickly and escaped into the distance in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian watched as the demonic young man ran away and disappeared into the distance. His eyes were cold, and he didn't give chase immediately. Even if you escape into outer space, you won't be able to escape death. His voice was cold. At the age of 16, it was the most beautiful period of one's life. This demonic young man had used the primordial yin qi of 16-year-old virgins to cultivate and then ate their flesh. It was so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. He would never let him go. He tilted his head and looked at the fearful faces of the Qilin Sex executive, secretary, and general manager. He did not want to say anything to these two people. He directly pointed 2 golden rays at them, causing them to explode into 2 clouds of blood mist. The other people in the office were so frightened that their faces turned pale. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Then they rolled their eyes and fainted. At this point, those who were involved in the plot to forcefully demolish the ancestral home of the old man who adopted him, those who were involved in the murder of the old man's descendants, and those who were involved in the destruction of the old man's tomb were all killed by him. Not a single one of them escaped. He looked in the direction that the demonic young man had escaped in and didn't give chase. He had already memorized the demonic young man's aura and saw some other things from the demonic young man's memories. He knew where the demonic young man would escape to, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill him. At this time, he wanted to make sure that Qinlin was safe and sound before killing the demonic young man. "Let's go," he said to Qinlin. A golden light flashed around his body, and he disappeared with Qinlin in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared outside the city. He left behind afterimages with each step and soon arrived in front of Elder Qin Qiuan's tomb. He looked at the old man's tomb and paid his respects seriously. Beside him, Chun Lin followed Lin Tianyi and bowed to her great-grandfather. Then she bowed to Lin Tian. "Thank you. Thank you." Not only did Lin Tian save her, but he also avenged her family. This was a great favor that was indescribable and difficult to repay. Lin Tian shook his head. Chun Lin's ancestor had taken him in and raised him. He naturally had the obligation to take care of that old man's descendant. You should be able to see that I am different from ordinary people. I have power that ordinary people don't have. That is the power of cultivation. He looked at Chun Lin, and specks of light appeared around his body. He said, "Now I will teach you how to cultivate." He raised his hand, and divine light intertwined and enveloped Qinlin in the blink of an eye. He used his powerful divine power to tidy up Chunlin's flesh. Then he sent out his divine consciousness and passed down the lunar ancient scripture that he had obtained from Baiqiu into Chunlin's mind. He also helped Qinlin to circulate the ancient scripture for the first time. In an instant, strands of light intertwined around Chunlin's body. At the same time, he raised his hand and took out some celestial lingjing from the stone ring. He used this celestial lingjing to let Qinlin cultivate. Immediately, as he used his divine power to tidy up Chunlin's body, help Qinlin circulate the lunar ancient scripture, and help Qinlin absorb the celestial lingjing's power for cultivation, The intertwined aura around Chun-Lin's body began to rise at an astonishing speed. Buzz! Light intertwined around Chun-Lin's body. Chun-Lin's face was filled with shock. This is, she trembled slightly. This was the first time she had come into contact with cultivation. At this moment, she could clearly feel that she was changing. She was very shocked. Calm your mind and concentrate. Use your heart to remember the circulation route of the ancient scripture that I passed to you. Lin Tiandao. He helped Chun-Lin circulate the complete lunar ancient scripture 9 times. Then he let Chun-Lin circulate the ancient scripture on her own. Chun-Lin's talent was very ordinary. Even though Lin Tian had taught her to circulate the complete lunar ancient scripture 9 times, when she started circulating it on her own, she still had many problems. However, with Lin Tian's personal guidance, this was nothing. After about 12 hours, Chun-Lin was able to circulate the celestial, worthy ancient scripture perfectly on her own. The path of cultivation is long. Body tempering, divine meridians, spiritual sea, flight, immortal connecting, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana. Lin Tianyi guarded Chun-Lin and helped her cultivate the lunar ancient scripture. At the same time, he explained the path of cultivation to her. He told her about the major realms on the path of cultivation, as well as his own experience and understanding of cultivation. Buzz! Chun-Lin circulated the lunar ancient scripture and cultivated with the immortal Lingjing that Lin Tian took out. Lin Tian was also helping her. The aura that her body exuded became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, she entered the body-tempering realm. As time passed, she quickly entered the divine meridians realm, the spiritual sea realm, and then the flight realm. After half a month, she broke through to the immortal connecting realm and directly triggered a powerful heavenly tribulation. Thunder clouds covered the sky above her head. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He immediately attacked and slashed the sky with a towering sword aura, cutting off the immortal connecting tribulation for Chun-Lin. Then, another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Chun-Lin stopped cultivating. Her entire person was completely different. She had an extraordinary temperament. She looked at her hands, which were trembling slightly. Naturally, she noticed the changes in her body. Then, she looked at Lin Tian and quickly thanked him. Now, she felt that she was no longer the same person she was half a month ago. She had undergone a drastic change. No need to thank me. Lin Tian shook his head and took out a stone ring and handed it to Chun-Lin. There are some spirit pills, precious medicines, immortal Lingjing, divine secret arts, and other things in here. Keep it well. As he said that, he sent a divine will into Chun-Lin's spiritual sea. It contained the method to use the stone ring. At the same time, it also contained the fastest way to adapt to flying after reaching the flight realm. Thank you. Thank you. Chun-Lin thanked him again and again. Lin Tian led her on the path of cultivation and changed her life. She saw a whole new world. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I can't take you with me forever. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. With Chun-Lin's current immortal connecting realm cultivation and the divine arts that he passed on, there were not many people who could threaten her on Earth, where the spirit chi was thin and the great path was weak and unsuitable for cultivation. He looked at Chun-Lin and said, Let's part here. As he said that, he tilted his head and looked at the old man Qin Chiyuan's tomb. His eyes seemed a little deep and intertwined with a faint light. It was not until 10 breaths later that he looked away. Goodbye. He said goodbye to Chun-Lin and slowly rose into the air. He stepped on the void and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chun-Lin looked in the direction where Lin Tian disappeared in a daze. Then she knelt on the ground and bowed in the direction where Lin Tian left. After saying goodbye to Chun-Lin, Lin Tian stepped on the void and walked. He was at a very high place where ordinary people could not see him at all. He walked in a fixed direction, leaving after images with each step. After 6 hours, he arrived at a suburb far away from Bailey City. There was a group of villas in front of him, which looked extraordinary. The aura of the demonic young man who escaped before was in this group of villas. Chapter 1341. Lin Tian came to the outskirts of the villas and looked around. The villas were surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful and quiet, far away from the hustle and bustle of the market. According to the society on Earth, the prices here were definitely not affordable for ordinary people. However, he naturally did not think that this was a place where ordinary people lived. This was because every villa here was filled with demonic aura. Moreover, the demonic aura was very similar to the demonic aura of the demonic young man. This made him instantly realize that there was a demonic cultivator clan living in this villa. The demonic young man was one of them. He arrived at this place and stepped directly into the villa. The demonic young man who escaped from the Lin sect group was living in a villa in the depths of this villa. His purpose here was simple: to kill him. "Young man, what's the matter? You don't seem to be from this area." An old man walked out with a ruddy complexion. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With his current strength, he could naturally tell that this old man was not an ordinary person. He was a demonic cultivator at the 9th level of refinement realm. "You don't have to pretend in front of me. Hand over the young man who escaped to this place half a month ago," he said. The demonic young man had escaped to this place. He believed that the people in this place already knew about him. At the very least, the fact that he was a demonic cultivator and that the demonic young man was injured by him should be known to the people here. A strange look flashed across the old man's eyes, but his expression did not change. He chuckled and said, "Young man, what are you talking about? This old man doesn't quite get it." Lin Tian glanced at the old man coldly. He did not say anything else and walked directly into the depths of the villa. "Young man, the depths of this place are not open to outsiders. You are not from this area. You can't go there." The old man stopped him. Lin Tian did not change his footsteps and ignored the old man. The old man's figure was vigorous, and he blocked in front of Lin Tian in an instant. He lowered his voice and said, "Young man, this old man has already said that this area is not open to outsiders. If you want to trespass, I'll call the police." Lin Tian's footsteps were still the same as before. A wave of coldness spread out, and with a pung sound, that person was sent flying and fainted in the distance. His pace wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the villa. The villas in this area were very luxurious and much taller than the villas in the other areas. He came to this place and saw a vigorous old tree outside the villa. It was very difficult to see it from the outside. There were bright red fruits on it. They were the size of fists and looked like babies. It was very strange. Mutated tree transformation. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The shape-shifting exotic tree was a kind of exotic tree. The fruits of this kind of exotic tree could make strange beasts gain intelligence and transform into human form at a young age. Shi Yan had never seen this kind of exotic tree on the ancient life star in the 10 directions, heaven territory. He had only read about this kind of exotic tree in ancient books. He didn't expect to see this kind of exotic tree in this place after he returned to Earth. At the same time, he finally understood why the demonic young man and the old man could take human form when they were only in the body, refinement realm. They must have eaten the shape-shifting fruit from the shape-shifting exotic tree in this place. Creak! At this moment, the villa's door opened and several old men walked out. It's a rare opportunity to meet a fellow cultivator in the age of Dharma's end. "Please come in," said a purple-robed old man with a smile. He had the same demonic aura as the old man from before. Apparently, he was from the same clan as the old man from before. He was in the divine vein realm. He made an inviting gesture to Lin Tian and invited Lin Tian into the villa. "Please come in, fellow cultivator." The other old men also opened their mouths and invited Lin Tian in with smiles on their faces. At this moment, they didn't hide anything anymore. They had been observing Lin Tian since he entered this place. When they saw that the old man from before couldn't hide anything, they naturally didn't hide anything anymore. It was obviously meaningless. No need. Hand over the young man who escaped half a month ago. Lin Tian on Dao. The old man immediately revealed a difficult expression. The purple-robed old man said, Xiao Zhe is still young and reckless. He has made a mistake. Please forgive him and let him go. The Xiao Zhe he mentioned was the name of the demonic young man. Moreover, after the demonic young man escaped, he roughly learned many things from the demonic young man. He knew that the demonic young man was injured by Lin Tian. He also knew that the demonic young man used young and beautiful virgins to cultivate and devour them. Let him go? He stole the yin qi of 16-year-old girls and devoured their flesh and blood. You want me to let him go? Lin Tianling said coldly. The demonic young man's actions were too cruel. After taking away the virgins of those young girls, he actually swallowed them alive. Even though those young girls had nothing to do with him, his heart was still filled with anger, and his killing intent was very strong. He had to kill this demonic young man without a doubt. If he let him live, who knew how many more people would suffer? So much, so that if he didn't kill him, he would feel guilty. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. The purple-robed old man cupped his hands and said, After this, we'll definitely discipline Xiao Zhe strictly so that he won't do it again. No need. I'll discipline him on your behalf. Hand him over. Or do you want me to do it myself? Lin Tian on Dao. The purple-robed old man frowned. He clearly knew that the discipline that Lin Tian spoke of was not the same as the discipline that he spoke of. Lin Tian wanted to kill the demonic young man. The other old men at the side were even more displeased. One of them said unhappily, Young man, aren't you being a little overbearing? In the end, those young girls are just ordinary mortals. How can they compare to cultivators of our generation? The difference is like heaven and earth. Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by causing trouble for us for a group of ordinary mortals? Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the old man. A cold intent spread out, and with a bang, the old man was sent flying while coughing up blood. Of course, he showed mercy. Otherwise, the old man would have turned into a pool of blood long ago. There was no way he could have survived. The old man landed far away with blood flowing out of his mouth. He glared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. The purple-robed old man and the other old men's expressions changed as well. They did not expect Lin Tian to be so domineering. Are you going to hand it over or not? Lin Tian looked at the purple-robed old man. His voice was calm, cold, and even more domineering. For a moment, the expressions of the purple-robed old man and the other old men darkened. They were no longer polite. The purple-robed old man said coldly, Young man, your strength is extraordinary. However, don't go overboard. Our Green Hill Fox clan has been passed down since ancient times. Even if we're just a branch clan here, we're not to be trifled with. Green Hill Fox clan? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. East Hills, descendants of the nine-tailed celestial fox of the ancient Green Hill country? According to the classic of mountains and seas, there was a Green Hill country in ancient times. It was a strange country where the Green Hill Fox clan lived. With the nine-tailed celestial fox as their ancestor, they were known as the Shifter Emperor. They were extremely powerful and could move mountains and seas with a light flick of their tails. There was nothing they could not do. He did not expect that the Green Hill Fox clan recorded in the Classic of Mountains and that the group in front of him was actually from the Green Hill Fox clan. Since you know our clan, don't be too presumptuous. An old man next to the purple-robed old man said, Leave obediently now, and we won't pursue what happened today. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Tian looked at that person. His eyes turned cold, and his aura fluctuated slightly. He directly sent that person flying and coughing up blood in the distance. Even your ancestor, the nine-tailed celestial fox, is not enough. How dare you threaten me with your abilities? His voice was cold. The purple-robed old man's expression turned cold. You're too arrogant to keep causing trouble in our clan. At the same time, another voice sounded. It was very cold. Even my ancestor is not enough? I'd like to see who dares to be so arrogant. A gray-robed old man walked out of the villa. His hair was sparse, but his vitality was not weak. He had a cultivation of the sea of consciousness realm. At the same time, a young man followed behind him. It was the demonic young man who escaped from the Lin sect group. As the gray-robed old man walked out, the demonic young man stared at Lin Tian. His gaze instantly turned vicious. He pointed at Lin Tian and said to the gray-robed old man, "Great-grandfather, it's him. He's the one who injured me and destroyed the jade that you gave me to protect myself. Don't let him go. Kill him. I want to refine his flesh and blood to cultivate and dispel the resentment in my chest." Half a month ago, he was severely injured by Lin Tian. At that time, he was very afraid of Lin Tian. However, that fear was gone now. That was because he was now in his own clan. His great-grandfather was a sea of consciousness realm expert. Moreover, he had a treasure that was much more powerful than the jade that was given to him to protect himself. With all these factors, he was naturally not afraid of Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the demonic young man. He raised his hand and pointed at him. A golden light shot out like lightning. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The demonic young man's glabella was penetrated. The vicious expression on his face froze instantly. He fell straight to the ground. Ah! The gray-robed old man was furious. The demonic young man was his direct descendant. He was gifted and had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of body refinement realm at such a young age. He was only a hair's breadth away from entering the divine pulse realm. In today's Dharma-ending age, where spiritual energy was thin and the great Tao was weak, he could be considered a genius. However, he was killed by Lin Tian right in front of his eyes. At the same time, the purple-robed old man and the others were furious. A genius of their clan was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed right in front of their eyes in their own clan. Bastard! The gray-robed old man roared. He raised his hand and slapped at Lin Tian. At the same time, he took out a treasured lamp. The treasured lamp was cyan in color. There were strands of ancient runes and seals intertwined on it. However, most of them had lost their luster. The lamp was also badly damaged. Even so, it still exuded a strong aura. Chapter 1342. The lamp emitted a strong light like a small sun, pressing down on Lin Tian. This was a divine weapon. It was badly damaged and could not even exert 1/10,000th of its power. However, it was still very powerful, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. At the same time, the gray-robed elder's hand intertwined with a strong demonic light. It was gray and blurry, attacking Lin Tian from the other side. Lin Tian threw a glance at this person. He did not care about the huge hand and the broken divine weapon that the other party had sent over. He had only come here to kill that vicious demonic young man. At this moment, he turned and walked out of the villa. His steps were very slow. He only swayed a little and dodged the gray-robed elder's hand and the broken divine weapon. The gray-robed elder's eyes were vicious. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. He was able to dodge his attack. Then, his murderous intent became stronger. He stepped out, and the demonic light around his body shone brightly. This time, he grabbed the broken magic lamp and used it as a sword to force Lin Tian. "You killed my grandson. No matter who you are, no matter what reason you have, you must die today." His voice was sinister. He waved the magic lamp, and a beam of demonic sword qi slashed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's back was facing the elder. He tilted his head and split the sword qi. Then he stopped and looked at the elder. No matter how cruel and vicious your grandson is, you can't kill him. You will kill whoever kills him. He said, he's just a mortal, an ant. If he dies, then he dies. What does it matter? The gray-robed elder looked at Lin Tian with the broken divine weapon. His eyes were cold. You killed my grandson for a group of mortals. I will cut you into pieces. Lin Tian's voice was cold. Is that so? As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed out casually. In an instant, the broken divine weapon in the gray-robed elder's hand was shattered. At the same time, a beam of golden light shot into the gray-robed elder's body, instantly destroying his cultivation. The gray-robed elder trembled. You crippled me? He was shocked, angry, and terrified. Lin Tian actually used a single finger to shatter the magic lamp he obtained from an ancient ruin, and even crippled his cultivation, causing his sea of knowledge cultivation to disappear without a trace in an instant. Now his entire body was empty, without even a trace of demonic energy. How is this possible? The purple-robed old man and the others trembled as well. The gray-robed old man was the strongest person among them, and he was in the sea of knowledge realm. But now his precious treasure was so easily shattered, and his cultivation base destroyed. How powerful did one need to be to accomplish this? You! The gray-robed elder looked at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Tian looked at this person. Now, you're no longer a cultivator. You're no different from an ordinary mortal. So, in your words, if you die, then you die. As he spoke, he raised his hand again and pointed his finger, directly piercing through this person's forehead. With a puff, blood splashed out. The gray-robed elder immediately fell on his back, and his breath of life disappeared in an instant. The purple-robed old man and the others trembled in fear. The gray-robed elder, the strongest person in their place, died just like that. He was obliterated by someone with a raise of his hand. Lin Tian glanced at these people indifferently, turned around and left. The purple-robed old man and the others watched Lin Tian leave, and no one dared to stop him. Their strongest person here had been obliterated so easily. Who would dare to stop him? That would be courting death. Lin Tian stepped forward and quickly walked out of the villa. After he was thousands of feet away, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Next, it's time to look for something, he said. The descendant of Chen Qiyuan, who took him in and raised him, was properly arranged, and the vicious demonic youth was killed. Now it was time for him to do his own thing, to look for the thing that caused the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of knowledge to have a special reaction. That feeling, there should be fragments of the sword soul in this world, and it seems that there is more than one. He said to himself, when he was traveling in the starry sky, the divine sword in his sea of knowledge had a strange reaction. That kind of strange reaction was very familiar, and it pointed to the earth where he was now. He could guess that it must be because it sensed the existence of fragments of the sword soul in this world. At that time, the vibration of the divine sword in his sea of knowledge was stronger than ever before. The patterns on the surface of the sword were blooming with colorful light, so he guessed that there should be at least 2 fragments of the sword soul in this world. He walked in the void and spread out his powerful divine consciousness to scan this world. He was very fast, and he passed by many places. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month he had been to many places, but he still could not find the aura of the fragments of the sword soul. Where on earth are they? He said to himself. He walked very high in the sky, looking down at the land below, thinking about the most likely place where the fragments of the sword soul were. In the distant sky, a passenger plane was flying in his direction. When the pilot in the cabin saw a person walking steadily in the void, he was shocked and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He suddenly messed up the operation. The originally stable passenger plane shook violently and directly lost its balance. The fuselage even left the sky and fell to the ground. Lin Tian saw this scene. He took a step forward and instantly appeared under the passenger plane. He moved the divine power in his body slightly and propped up the falling passenger plane to restore its balance and stability. Then he disappeared under the passenger plane in a flash. He went far away and soon landed in the void. He spread out his divine consciousness on the ground and continued to search for the fragments of the sword soul. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. On this day, in his sea of knowledge, the divine sword moved again. It emitted rays of colorful light and pointed straight ahead. Found it. His eyes flashed. This strange movement was definitely because it had sensed the existence of the fragments of the sword soul. His footsteps became faster, and in a flash he was already several thousand feet away. A towering mountain appeared in front of him. The mountains overlapped, and its shape was heavy. On top of it, there were green pine trees, huge rocks, and sparse clouds. It was vigorous and beautiful, and had a majestic atmosphere. The colorful divine sword in his sea of knowledge pointed straight at the towering mountain in front of him. Mount Tai. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Mount Tai was one of the most legendary divine mountains in ancient China. It was known as the emperor's pilgrimage ground and enjoyed a very high reputation. He paused for a moment and then stepped forward. Each step left afterimages as he moved toward Mount Tai. Then, almost at the moment when he was close to the foot of Mount Tai, his powerful body could not help but tremble. He showed a look of surprise. When he looked at Mount Tai from afar, he did not feel anything special. He just felt that Mount Tai had an extraordinary aura. However, when he was really close to the foot of Mount Tai, at this moment he felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He felt that Mount Tai did not seem to be a simple mountain. It felt more like a vast world. He was shocked. Mount Tai was only 1,000 meters tall. Compared to the immortal mountains in the 100,000 heavens domain that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, it was really nothing. However, such a mountain that was only 1,000 meters tall could actually make him, a heavenly venerable, feel a tremor in his heart. This shocked him. Chapter 1343. Mount Tai, located in present-day Shandong province, was majestic. Countless people came from all over the world every day, because in this era, Mount Tai was a very famous tourist destination in this world. Its reputation was well known both at home and abroad. Lin Tian stood at the foot of Mount Tai. His eyes were shining. He was really shocked by this divine mountain in ancient China. He didn't expect that this mountain, which was only 1,000 meters high, could make him, a reincarnated heavenly lord, tremble. At this time he didn't move. He stood where he was and carefully observed Mount Tai. He activated the dragon burial scripture. Dragon patterns spread out to explore Mount Tai's terrain. Then dozens of breaths passed in a flash. It's very ordinary, he muttered to himself. He observed Mount Tai's terrain with dragon patterns. He didn't find anything unusual. Mount Tai's terrain was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. It was no different from the ordinary mountains in the 10 directions, celestial domain. However, it was also because of this that he was even more shocked. He felt that Mount Tai was very terrifying. It was many times more terrifying than he imagined. This was because when he faced the mountain, he clearly felt his heart tremble. However, when he used the dragon burial scripture to explore the ancient mountain, he did not discover any abnormalities. The various veins seemed very simple and ordinary. This seemed to indicate that with his current cultivation, he was still far from being able to truly uncover the secrets of Mount Tai. Golden light intertwined in his eyes. After a pause, he walked toward Mount Tai. As a famous tourist destination on Earth, there were many tourists on Mount Tai at this time. It was densely packed as far as the eye could see. There were definitely more than 10,000 people. It looked very crowded from afar. Lin Tian climbed Mount Tai and walked on the stone steps. The trembling in his heart became more intense. He felt a slight chill on his back. It's like walking into a great world, His eyes flickered. What's going on with this mountain? Ordinary people couldn't feel this strange feeling. Only people who had reached a certain level of cultivation could feel it. Lin Tian climbed up Mount Tai. The trembling in his heart became more and more intense. Then he couldn't help but open his eyes to secretly observe the mountain. However, the result was the same. He still couldn't find anything special. This is too strange, he whispered. There were many tourists along Mount Tai. He explored Mount Tai several times, but he still didn't find anything. In the end, he temporarily gave up on exploring the true face of Mount Tai. After reaching the middle of the mountain, he headed for other places. There weren't many plants on Mount Tai, but most of them were very vigorous and had a kind of quaint aura. He gradually walked from the central part of Mount Tai to some uninhabited areas near Mount Tai. Following the vibration of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, he soon arrived at a small col in an uninhabited area of Mount Tai. There were steep boulders all around, and they were all grayish-brown. In his sea of consciousness, the divine swords intertwined with 7-colored divine light. Strands of divine light vibrated in his sea of consciousness and pointed at his feet. A glint flashed in his eyes. Here. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out. While keeping the surface intact, he turned into a beam of light and sank into the ground. He used the dragon patterns to open a path and soon arrived at the center of Mount Tai. He saw a 7-colored light source in the grayish-red soil. Found it! Joy appeared on his face. The origin of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was mysterious and terrifying. Naturally, the fragments of the sword soul were very important to him. He had to collect all the fragments of the sword soul that were scattered between heaven and earth to complete the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Now that he found another fragment of the sword soul in this place, it was naturally a happy event for him. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet surged and broke open the soil nearby bit by bit. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the fragment of the sword soul. As he got closer, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated even more violently. More 7-colored light intertwined. There were even strands of 7-colored light that passed through his body and appeared on the surface of his body, directly illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, in front of him, the fragment of the sword soul inside Mount Tai shook. The 7-colored divine light intertwined in all directions. At this time it also moved. It resonated with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The 7-colored divine light rippled out like water ripples. Lin Tian raised his hand. In the center of his right hand, the sword patterns intertwined with a faint light. The fist-sized fragment of the sword soul instantly floated over. Buzz! The fist-sized fragment of the sword soul trembled slightly. The 7-colored light that intertwined with it became more intense. In the blink of an eye, it intertwined with the 7-colored light that was of the same nature and origin as the fragment of the sword soul. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. It floated to Lin Tian's side. This fist-sized fragment of the sword soul circled around Lin Tian, just like those fragments of the sword soul in the past. It was like a child who had been away from home for a long time and finally saw his blood relative. Immediately, in the next moment, a faint light flashed and directly entered Lin Tian's right hand. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness and instantly merged with it. Suddenly, the divine sword trembled. Strands of 7-colored light intertwined with each other and drowned the divine sword in it. Then, the 7-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body became more intense. An extremely strong aura spread out. However, this strong aura only intertwined within a few feet of Lin Tian's body and did not spread out further. Buzz! The faint light intertwined and the 7-colored light surrounded him. His aura also rose. At this time, as the fragment of the sword soul entered his body and merged with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, strands of pure seven-colored light surged out. Majestic spiritual light and Tao light intertwined and passed through his sea of consciousness and quickly rushed to every corner of his body. He was already used to such things. This was because every time he found a new fragment of the Sword Soul, there would be such a gift. For him, there were many benefits. He was very calm. He directly activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and began to refine the pure seven-colored light in his body. For a moment, the seven-colored light on the surface of his body flickered. Golden light intertwined, and his aura and Tao law became stronger. He stood quietly in the mountain layer in the middle of Mount Tai. He did not move at all. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun faster, causing the aura on his body to become stronger and stronger. The Tao law also became denser and denser. His cultivation level was loosened. It surged from level 7 to level 8, Celestial Venerable. Buzz! Golden light surrounded his body. His essence, energy, and spirit increased. His Tao power also became stronger. In his sea of consciousness, the fragment of the Sword Soul entered the Divine Sword. The entire Divine Sword was enveloped by the seven-colored Divine Light. It looked somewhat sacred. It was also at this time that a magnificent image surged out involuntarily and appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a vast and boundless mountain range. There were at least 10,000 celestial mountains, and it occupied an unknown amount of land. Every celestial mountain had a grand aura, and it carried a true ancient celestial aura, especially the mountain in the center. It was tens of millions of feet tall, and it was surrounded by white clouds. It was like the backbone that supported the heavens and earth, and it gave people a shocking feeling. This is... Lin Tian was cultivating the Heart Sutra of Sunday. When he saw the image that appeared in his sea of consciousness, his body suddenly trembled. The image that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness was produced because the fragment of the Sword Soul entered the Divine Sword. It was not very clear. However, he still saw many familiar places on the mountain in the center. It was like the backbone of the heavens and earth. That is, Mount Tai. His heart trembled. He saw many familiar traces. Although the divine mountain in the image and the present Mount Tai were very different in size, the basic outline was very similar. Many places were also very similar. It was obviously the same mountain. This is Mount Tai's original appearance. He was completely stunned. The divine mountain that appeared in his sea of consciousness was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was like the real emperor of the mountains, with extraordinary celestial beauty. This made him feel incredulous. Was this the original appearance of Mount Tai? How was this possible? One had to know that the diameter of the earth was only about 4 million feet. But the original Mount Tai was hundreds of thousands of feet tall? This did not make sense at all. How could the height of a mountain in the earth be larger than the diameter of the earth itself? This, he could not believe it. What was going on with this world? Could it be that the earth in the past was much bigger than it is now? But why is it so small now? He guessed. Then he thought of Mount Tai. Why did the magnificent Mount Tai become so small now? He pondered seriously, but was unable to figure it out no matter how hard he tried. However, he finally understood why he felt his heart tremble when he climbed Mount Tai previously. This was because, according to the appearance of Mount Tai, that the Sword Soul fragments had surged out. The charm that Mount Tai possessed back then could be said to be extremely frightening. Even though the mountain had changed greatly, a trace of the charm from back then was still retained. Just this trace of charm was enough to make a person with a profound cultivation sense how frightening it was. Judging from the scale, in that era, there must be people in this world who cultivated on Mount Tai. Then his heart palpitated. In that era, there must be cultivators on Mount Tai, and there might even be immortal inheritances. Then, how terrifying was the strongest person who cultivated on Mount Tai? It was enough to imagine that he was at least above the eternal realm. He took a deep breath. This aqua blue star was not as simple as it looked. It was very terrifying. The image in his sea of consciousness was very blurry. After shaking a few times, it disappeared. Only wisps of seven-colored light still lingered in his sea of consciousness and poured into every corner of his body. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He was really shocked. It was not until a full quarter of an hour later that he calmed down a little. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart. He silently ran the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly refined the seven-colored divine light that poured into his body to refine it for cultivation. For a time, the golden divine light and the light of the great path outside his body became stronger, and his cultivation improved bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Boom! On this day, an extremely strong fluctuation rushed out of his body, and he stepped into the 8th level of the Celestial Master from the 7th level. Chapter 1344. Lin Tian's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Empyrean realm, and his powerful aura intertwined around him. He clenched his fists and felt that his physique had become even stronger. His essence, energy, and spirit had become even more vigorous. The divine power in his body was like the yellow river that would never dry up. I'm not far from the Emperor realm. 2 more breakthroughs, and I'll reach the Emperor realm. Then, I'll reach the Eternal realm as soon as possible. He muttered to himself. Only when he reached the Eternal realm could he find the location of the ancient planet of life in the 10 directions, celestial domain, and return. He had to go back. His family and friends were all in that world. That was his real home. At the same time, reaching the Eternal realm was equivalent to stepping into the forest of eternal life. Under normal circumstances, he was truly free from the shackles of death and could live as long as heaven and earth. He had reached the first major goal of cultivation. I have to work hard, he said. At this time, the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness had stabilized. More divine runes lit up on the surface of the sword. They were mysterious and unfathomable, intertwining with very strange fluctuations. He tried to look at them carefully, hoping to see something, but in the end it was to no avail. Just like before, he couldn't understand these mysterious divine runes. Even if he tried his best, it was useless. The complexity of these divine runes was a little frightening. Forget it, he muttered to himself. In the end, he had to give up and stop looking at these divine runes. Finally, he used his divine consciousness to look at the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Then he looked around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he reappeared on the surface. There was still no one around. He paused for a moment and left the place. He walked to some remote corners and circled around Mount Tai. Walking on the mountain, the previous trembling feeling was still there, but didn't have any substantial effect on him. He walked around the mountain, looking at every corner of Mount Tai. At the same time, he looked at some of the peaks near Mount Tai. Mount Tai used to be tens of thousands of feet high and surrounded by tens of thousands of celestial mountains. It stood in the center like an emperor, but now his eyes flickered. He really couldn't imagine how such a magnificent Mount Tai could become like this. The difference was too big. He couldn't figure it out. He continued to walk around Mount Tai, observing more places on Mount Tai. At the same time, he silently ran the Sun Heart Sutra to consolidate his cultivation of the 8th level Heavenly Master. Soon, more than 2 hours had passed. He walked around Mount Tai on foot and gradually walked to a more remote place. This was the west side of Mount Tai. The plants here were sparse, but they were more vigorous. Compared to other parts of Mount Tai, the mountain was much steeper. By the time he reached this place, he was already far away from the crowd around Mount Tai. However, he suddenly saw a figure with strange behavior not far away. It was a Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was nearly 2 meters tall and was hiding behind a large, grayish-brown rock. He seemed to be peeking at something. His blood chi was very vigorous and was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Cultivator. His eyes narrowed slightly. This Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes was not an ordinary person. He had the cultivation of the divine vein realm. He didn't try to conceal himself when he stepped into this place, so he was discovered by the Western man in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Tian, the Western man was obviously shocked. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. His body was as agile as a cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lin Tian. A short blade appeared in his hand, and he directly chopped at Lin Tian's head. His technique was very sharp. Lin Tian frowned. He raised his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. "Are you crazy? Do you want to die? You're not an ordinary person. Are you a cultivator from the Central Plains?" The Western man was shocked again. The person in front of him could actually block his attack so easily. He was definitely not an ordinary person. "Why did you attack me?" Lin Tian asked. The Western man's eyes revealed a cold light again. Lin Tian grabbed his wrist that was holding the short blade. His other hand interweaved powerful true essence and condensed it into a true essence sword. He stabbed it straight at Lin Tian's heart, trying to pierce through Lin Tian's heart. Lin Tian stared at the man coldly. He didn't move at all. The true essence sword shattered on the spot when it landed on his body. "You." The Western man suddenly revealed a shocked expression. The attack just now was already his most powerful attack. It was aimed at Lin Tian with the intent to kill. However, Lin Tian didn't even move an inch, and the true essence sword he condensed was shattered. He was shocked, but in the next moment his expression turned cold. He quickly took out a scroll with his left hand. He didn't attack Lin Tian. Instead, he turned into a beam of light and flew out of Mount Tai. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the scroll that disappeared into the horizon. Then his gaze fell back on the Western man. "What did you send out? What are you doing here?" he asked calmly. This Western man lived in this place. His behavior was very careful and strange. After seeing him, he wanted to kill him directly. Obviously, he had some ulterior motive. "You think I'll tell you? What a joke! Kill me!" The man's eyes were cold. "You won't live for long." He saw that Lin Tian was very powerful. He couldn't block or escape. The expression on his face was very determined. Lin Tian looked at this man. He felt that this man was very similar to the men of sacrifice trained by some major forces in the 10 directions heavenly domain. "Do you think I won't know if you don't tell me?" he said. As he spoke, he waved his left hand. A circle of golden divine light intertwined and directly pulled out the Western man's memory. It turned into a projection in front of him. The secret realm of Mount Tai, the grand meeting of cultivators, the various divine mountains. He glanced at it, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He pulled out the man's memory and learned a lot. Although today's Earth was mainly a technological civilization, cultivation heritage still existed. Whether it was in the central region or the west, there were orthodoxies passed down. The central region would hold a grand meeting of cultivators every 3 years. Cultivators of various sects would gather and discuss the Tao. The location was Mount Tai. Of course, the meeting was not held on the surface of Mount Tai. It was held in a special space inside Mount Tai. Ordinary people couldn't sense or enter that space. It was called the Secret Realm, and now the triennial grand meeting of cultivators was about to begin. Powerful figures from various lineages of the Central Plains would come to the secret realm of Mount Tai to discuss the Tao with each other. At the same time, they would also bring their most outstanding disciples to compete with each other in cultivation. This blond man was a disciple of a Western orthodoxy. This time he was ordered to come to Mount Tai to secretly find the location of the secret realm inside Mount Tai. Then the Western orthodoxies would send a large number of cultivators to enter the secret realm of Mount Tai and kill all the cultivators of the central region who would gather in the secret realm to participate in the grand meeting. After that, the Western orthodoxies would invade the East. At that time, the true experts and excellent disciples of the great powers would be killed. The cultivation world of the Central Plains would be incomparably weak and wouldn't be able to stop the Western orthodoxies. As for the military strength of the Central region, it was not enough. In front of powerful cultivators, technology was too insignificant. Their ultimate goal was to occupy the various famous mountains of the Central region. Mount Tai, Mount Kunlun, Mount Pinglai, Mount Longhu, Mount Qingqing, Mount Chiyun, Mount Wudong, Mount Putuwa, Mount Juhua, Mount Wutai, Mount Ame, he frowned. These mountains were all famous mountains of ancient China. Almost all of them had a strong mythical flavor. People of the Western orthodoxies actually wanted to get their hands on these famous mountains and occupy them one by one. Why are you doing this? He looked at the Western man and asked coldly. He was very curious as to why the Western orthodoxies suddenly wanted to occupy these famous mountains. There must be some unspeakable secret. You. The blond man looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, he was terrified and his body couldn't stop trembling. Lin Tian had actually forcefully extracted his memories. This terrifying method caused his heart to tremble. You are an ancient, great divine arts practitioner. How is this possible? Forcibly extracting a person's memories was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. The man was completely stunned. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His divine will surged and directly entered the man's mind. Once again, he forcibly searched through his memories to find out why the Western orthodoxies wanted to seize the various famous mountains of the Central region. Unfortunately, the blond man did not have any status in the Western orthodoxies. His knowledge was very limited. He did not know why the Western orthodoxies suddenly wanted to seize the various famous mountains of the Central region. You! The man trembled and looked at Lin Tian in fear. Just a moment ago, he was not even afraid of death. But now, seeing Lin Tian searching through his memories like this, he was terrified beyond words. He could not believe that he had met such a terrifying person in the Central region. Lin Tian snorted. With a surge of divine power, he directly crushed the blond man into a cloud of bloody mist that dissipated with the wind in the blink of an eye. Although I don't know why you want to seize the various famous mountains, but if you really dare to come, I will kill all of you. He looked to the west, his eyes cold. He achieved the heavenly venerable level Tao fruit in the 10 directions heavenly domain, but he was still a native of the Central region. Naturally, he had deep feelings for this land. If the Western people dared to come here and cause trouble, he did not mind wiping them all out. He stood on the spot. After a pause, he looked at the place the blond man was looking at. The light of dragons intertwined in his eyes. A moment later, he stepped forward and came to the steepest part of the area. Golden light intertwined around his body, instantly causing ripples like water to appear in the void. Then he directly stepped in and instantly disappeared on the spot. Then, in the next moment, he appeared in a new environment. White clouds lingered in the sky, and there were many mountains in the surroundings. The terrain was very vast, and it was much larger than the current Mount Tai. Moreover, the spiritual energy was extraordinary. Looking at this space, his eyes narrowed. A spiritual domain. A domain was a small, independent space, born naturally. It was usually rich in spiritual energy and could contain precious treasures. Chapter 1345. After entering the secret space on Mount Tai, Lin Tian glanced around. The terrain was relatively flat, and there were dozens of short mountains in front of him. He could see many figures in the distance, and the blood and chi of each figure were much stronger than ordinary people. They are all cultivators, he muttered to himself. At this time, the cultivators' meeting had not started yet. He glanced at these people and walked to other places in the space. This space was not small but very big. As he walked in this space, the feeling that made his heart tremble became more obvious. It was many times stronger than when he was on the surface of Mount Tai. This made him slightly moved, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal some light. He knew that this feeling that made his heart tremble came from the trace of celestial charm left behind by the majestic Mount Tai. This charm was mixed with the majestic power of the way, and in this secret space, it was many times stronger than outside. It made him feel like he could capture it. He immediately walked around this space with calm steps and used his divine thoughts to feel it. Not long after, he climbed up one of the short mountains, arriving before a crimson cliff on top of the short mountain. He felt the strongest trembling feeling in this place, and he could vaguely feel as if there were many great paths flowing in this place. The light in his eyes became stronger. He sat down cross-legged on a big gray stone in this place. His powerful divine thoughts silently intertwined in the surroundings to capture the source of this trembling feeling. At the same time, he used his heart to feel the great path here. Gradually, a faint golden light gushed out of his body. His body merged with the great path here, and his aura slowly became ethereal. Then, after another 2 hours, his powerful divine thoughts finally captured the trace of celestial charm of Mount Tai. He only felt a faint trace of it, but he felt as if his divine thoughts had explored a vast and boundless world. His powerful body couldn't help but tremble. Then his sea of consciousness vaguely shook, and he saw the scene of Mount Tai. The vast celestial mountains were everywhere, and Mount Tai sat in the center of the mountains like an emperor. This was a shocking scene. The mountains surrounded Mount Tai as if they were worshipping the ancient emperor. The whole mountain seemed to support the heaven and earth. Lin Tian's sea of consciousness couldn't help but roll, and the yin-yang lotus sea swayed noisily. How magnificent! His heart trembled. He closed his eyes, his internal organs trembling, but he was even more attentive to capture and comprehend the strand of Mount Tai charm. It was unknown how long this divine charm had been left behind. There was an astonishing power of Tao interwoven within it, and it even contained the formless power of heaven and earth. He silently comprehended it. His flesh and blood involuntarily trembled, and his sea of consciousness also tumbled. The divine power in his body surged like stormy waves. His essence, chi and spirit suddenly began to rise, and his cultivation was also increasing. He was naturally able to sense such a thing. Immediately, he was a little surprised. It was only a trace of the charm left behind by Mount Tai. It was not even a billionth of the complete charm. But now he had only grasped a trace of comprehension for a moment, and he had obtained extraordinary benefits. His spirit and cultivation were all increasing. How terrifying was Mount Tai when it was complete! His heart palpitated. Immediately after, he focused even more on comprehending that trace of Mount Tai's charm that he had captured and silently circulated the Sun Heart Sutra. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, he opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed before disappearing. That trembling feeling is gone, he muttered to himself. After capturing the trace of charm left behind by Mount Tai, he silently comprehended it on this short mountain for half a month. Then the trembling feeling that Mount Tai had given him completely disappeared. It seemed that he had gradually become compatible with that trace of Mount Tai's charm. At the same time, in this half a month, he had also gained a lot of benefits. His essence, chi, and spirit had become much stronger. His cultivation had risen from the early stage of the 8th stage, Heavenly Venerable, to the middle stage of the 8th stage, Heavenly Venerable. His progress could be said to be rapid. A divine light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and clearly felt that his combat strength had increased a little. The sect leader of Peng Lai has arrived. At this moment, a voice sounded from not far away. Dozens of figures walked in from outside this secret space. The leader was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His vitality was astonishing. Immediately, many people went up to greet him politely. These people had arrived at this secret space half a month ago. Among them were itinerant cultivators, as well as some small cultivation families and insignificant sections. They had come here early in the morning to wait for the cultivators' grand meeting to begin. At this time, when they saw the sect leader of Penglai leading a group of powerhouses from Penglai, they did not hesitate to show their respect. After all, Penglai's status had been extraordinary since ancient times. Like Kunlun, it was known as the residence of ancient immortals and gods. Lin Tian raised his head and looked, his gaze falling on the sect leader of Penglai. He had entered this secret space of Mount Tai for two purposes. One of them was to take a look at this cultivator's grand meeting of the central continent. He wanted to see what cultivation forces there were in the central continent today, as well as the approximate strength of these cultivation forces. As for the other purpose, it was naturally to wait for those from the Western orthodoxies here. Third heaven of ascension. He looked at the sect leader of Penglai and nodded to himself. Nowadays, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on earth was thin. It was not easy to cultivate to the ascension stage. Of course, he was not stupid. He could think of other aspects. Come to think of it, a place like Penglai, which had been famous since ancient times, was far different from other places on earth. They should have a foundation like the spirit veins or celestial veins. Moreover, there should be many kinds of Baodan in the sect. Cultivation there would be much smoother than ordinary sects on earth. The Kunlun Wonderland is here. The Celestial Master's residence. The Mount Shu Sword sect is here too. The Green Hill Fox clan is here too. The Taiji Immortal sect is here too. Following the arrival of Penglai, the cultivation sects that still existed on earth gradually arrived one after another. This space of the secret realm became lively in an instant. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the short mountain and looked over. He gradually gained a certain understanding of the cultivation world of the Middle Earth. There were 6 main lineages, namely the Penglai Wonderland, the Kunlun Wonderland, the Celestial Master's Abode, the Mount Shu Sword sect, the Green Hill Fox clan, and the Taiji Immortal sect. Among them, the Kunlun Wonderland was the most powerful. Their current supreme elder was at the great Tao level. They were the only sect among the 6 that had a great Tao cultivator. This time, they also came together to host this grand gathering of cultivators. Is that all? In the entire Middle Earth, the most powerful person is only at the great Tao level. He sighed. Looking at the current cultivation world of the Middle Earth, he could not help but sigh. The current Earth was really not suitable for cultivation. I wonder what level the most powerful person in the Western cultivation world is at, he muttered to himself. With that, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The grand meeting of cultivators officially began on this day. The 6 most powerful lineages of the Central Plains had all arrived. The other independent cultivators, small cultivation clans, and small cultivation sects had all arrived as well. Everyone gathered together to discuss the Tao, and discuss the path of cultivation. This peaceful discussion of the Tao lasted for about 3 days. After that, it was time for the competition between the various sections. This was a grand gathering of cultivators. Among the cultivators, many sects had gathered. Naturally, it was not just a simple discussion of the Tao. There was bound to be competition in cultivation. However, the elders of the various sects would not fight. In every grand gathering of cultivators, the final competition would be carried out by the outstanding disciples of the sections. Clang! Boom! The sound of swords and the radiance of spells quickly intertwined in this space. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the short mountain and looked over from afar. Although the cultivation of the disciples of the various sects was very low, and they were nothing in the eyes of a celestial lord like him, he still watched with interest. After all, he had also walked step by step from a low level to his current height. Now that he was watching these young disciples compete, it was somewhat interesting. Boom! Waves of energy intertwined and intertwined in all directions. Gu Zishuan of the Penglai Celestial Island is terrifying. At only 26 years old, he has already reached the second tier of the Wukong realm. In the Antiquity Age, he would definitely be considered a dragon among men. Yan Wenzhou of the Kunlun Wonderland is also terrifying. His cultivation is not inferior to Gu Zishuan's at all. He has also reached the Wukong realm and is known as the top cultivator of his generation in the Kunlun Wonderland. Zhu Wancheng of the Mount Shu Sword Sect, Zhang Yingxin of the Celestial Master's Residence, and Lu Qinghe of the Taiji Celestial Sect are also very powerful. It is said that they have already been chosen as the next masters of their respective lineages. Many cultivators discussed various kinds of radiance intertwined in the competition arena. Gu Zishuan, Yan Wenzhou, Zhu Wancheng, Zhang Yingxin, and Lu Qinghe were all very powerful. They defeated the younger generation one after another. Gu Zishuan, Yan Wenzhou, Zhu Wancheng, Zhang Yingxin, and Lu Qinghe. These 5 are very powerful. However, if we really want to talk about who is the top cultivator of the younger generation, it is undoubtedly Tu Xianxian of the Green Hill Fox tribe. It is said that she has already reached the 9th tier of the Wukong realm and is not far from the Immortal Ascension stage. Not long ago, she even defeated the most powerful Immortal Ascension stage Supreme Elder of the Green Hill Fox tribe. It is said that her bloodline has reverted to its ancestor. It is very similar to the ancestor of the Green Hill Fox tribe, the 9-tailed Celestial Fox tribe. The cultivators discussed. As they spoke, many people's gazes fell on the southeast of the competition arena. Tu Xianxian of the Green Hill Fox tribe was there. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her figure was graceful, and her face was beautiful. Her sword vibrated and released a boundless sword radiance. No one in her generation could stop her. So powerful. In terms of legacies, the Kunlun Immortal Realm, the Penglai Immortal Island, and the Celestial Master's Residence are all considered to have great origins and are several times older than the Green Hill Foxes. However, none of their young disciples of this generation could compare to Tu Xianxian of the Green Hill Foxes, and they are still a long way off. That's right. Many people sighed. Some young cultivators stared at Tu Xianxian with a strange light in their eyes. Clearly, they admired her very much. Even the masters of the major forces could not help but sigh. Tu Xianxian's aptitude and strength were indeed very strong. Fellow Taoist too, your tribe has offered an immortal jade. The Grand Elder of the Kunlun Wonderland spoke to the current master of the Green Hill Fox tribe. The master of the Green Hill Fox tribe was a beautiful, middle-aged woman. Hearing that, she said humbly, "Senior, you flatter me." Although she said that there was a trace of joy in her eyes, she was naturally very happy that such a genius had appeared in her sect. In the distance, on a short mountain, Lin Tian's gaze also fell on Tu Xianxian at this moment. A faint light flashed across his eyes. Not bad. He muttered to himself. With his eyesight as a heavenly venerable, he could naturally see that Tu Xianxian was not ordinary. Her bloodline was very pure, her origin source was very bright, and her aptitude was very shocking. If she was placed in a place like the 10 Directions heavenly domain, where spirit chi was abundant, her achievements would definitely be heaven-defying. She would not be any worse than a king's physique. In the grand competition field, Tu Xianxian was surrounded by dense sword lights. Her figure was very agile, and no one in the same generation could get within 10 feet of her. After defeating dozens of cultivators of the same generation consecutively, she suddenly saw Lin Tian on a short mountain in the distance. "It's you." She looked shocked. Chapter 1346. Not long ago, Lin Tian had killed a demonic young man from a branch of the Green Hill Fox clan near Bailey City. At the same time, he had also killed the young man's great-grandfather. This matter was quickly reported to the main clan by the branch of the Green Hill Fox clan. Seeing Lin Tian here at this time, Tu Xianxian, a direct powerhouse of the Green Hill Fox clan, naturally recognized him at a glance. The current master of the Green Hill Fox clan followed Tu Xianxian's gaze and also recognized Lin Tian. He frowned. At the same time, in this place, some other cultivators followed Tu Xianxian's gaze and also looked at Lin Tian. This person, could he be? Someone muttered. It said that the branch of the Green Hill Fox clan near Bailey City was made a mess by a young cultivator not long ago. He killed a junior cultivator of the clan and also killed a powerhouse of the Sea of Consciousness realm. This person, could he be that young cultivator? Really? Indeed, I've heard of it before. Someone said, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news of the Green Hill Fox clan near Bailey City being made a mess and killing 2 people had spread out for some reason. Now, many people in the cultivation world already knew about it. He actually broke into the Green Hill Fox clan's branch to kill people. This person is really bold, but he looks so young, at most 20 or so. Can he actually kill a powerhouse of the Sea of Consciousness realm? Very powerful indeed. But compared to the top powerhouses of the younger generation of the 6 major forces, he's probably still a little lacking. Nonsense. Look at him. Living alone in that place, he should be a rogue cultivator. And he doesn't have any rogue cultivator friends. Plus, he's so young. Naturally, he can't be that strong. Many people were discussing. Even the masters of the major forces, like the Kunlun Wonderland, were looking at Lin Tian at this time, but they did not say anything. At this time, Lin Tian was no longer sitting cross-legged. Instead, with one leg bent and the other stretched out, he sat leisurely on a large rock in the distance. He didn't care about the discussions and gazes of the crowd. He swept his gaze across the disciples of the Green Hill Foxes, as well as the current master of the Green Hill Foxes, before finally landing on Tu Xianxian. You want revenge? His voice was very calm and not loud at all. Revenge? Who wants revenge? That bastard did such a thing. Even if you don't kill him, we will. Tu Xianxian snorted. Previously, the main tribe of the Green Mountains had seriously asked about the whole story of how the people of the branch tribes near Bailey City were killed. She was already very clear about the reason. As soon as she said this, the other Houston people in this place all showed strange expressions. Even if you don't kill them, we will. What do you mean? Miss Tu, what is she saying? Many cultivators were confused. Even some of the ordinary disciples of the Green Hill main tribe were puzzled. They didn't know the real reason for this matter. Lin Tian looked at Tu Xianxian in slight surprise. He had thought that Tu Xianxian wanted to avenge her people, but he didn't expect her to say such a thing. Then, what do you want? He asked. Tu Xianxian said, although that bastard deserves to die, many people know that you broke into our branch and killed them. Our Green Hills reputation isn't looking too good, and we can't let it go so easily. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally understood that major factions cared more about their reputation, and so he asked casually, and then, this fellow is really calm. He really is. Many people were speechless. They felt that Lin Tian was too calm and casual when facing the strongest prodigy of the Green Hill main tribe. Even Tu Xianxian couldn't help but grit her teeth. She felt that Lin Tian's attitude was really asking for a beating. She snorted. It's simple. We're both cultivators. If you win, we'll forget about this matter. After all, I'm now the strongest person in the tribe. If I can't beat you, it's meaningless for others to find trouble with you. You've thought it through. Lin Tian wanted to laugh. He asked, then what if I lose? Lose? That's nothing. Tu Xianxian narrowed her eyes and revealed a mischievous smile. At most, I'll slap your butt a few times in front of everyone, and then we'll forget about this matter. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Lin Tian, why did this girl's temperament suddenly change? At the same time, the other cultivators in this place widened their eyes. Many young cultivators couldn't help but cry out. This is a benefit. No, we can't let that guy get away with such a good thing. Goddess too, please slap me. Slap me. I won't resist. In this era, although these people were cultivators, they were also connected to modern society. They learned a lot of modern society through the internet. At this time, many young cultivators' eyes lit up. They looked at Lin Tianyi with envy and jealousy. Lin Tian, these people had masochistic tendencies. His gaze fell on Tu Xianxian, and a smile appeared on his face. This girl had an extraordinary aptitude and a good temperament. He couldn't help but think of Bai Qiu. Her temperament was somewhat similar to Bai Qiu's. When he thought of Bai Qiu, he couldn't help but feel that this girl was somewhat cute. Come, I'll spar with you. He looked at Tu Xianxian and said. His posture was very casual and calm, which made all the cultivators in this place speechless. This guy is too much. Why does he look like a senior who wants to give pointers to a junior? That's right. That's Tu Xianxian, the most powerful cultivator in the younger generation. The most powerful cultivator in Green Hill. I'm speechless. Many people rolled their eyes. Tu Xianxian held the immortal sword and said to Lin Tiandao, Please come over. No need. Lin Tiandao said, I'll sit here. You can attack me. This guy, so arrogant. Is he crazy? He doesn't look like one. At this place, the cultivators were even more speechless. Tu Xianxian gritted her teeth, but she didn't argue. She took a step forward and slashed down with the immortal sword in her hand. Her immortal sword was 3 feet long and was an immortal artifact. The surface of the sword had a faint glow and was rich in true essence, but it wasn't strong. When she slashed at Lin Tian, she obviously held back most of her strength. However, even so, the surrounding space was still slightly distorted. There was a very strange sword aura intertwined in the surroundings, which made the young cultivators change their expressions. Just a casual slash has such power. So powerful, as expected of the top cultivator of his generation. So strong. Many cultivators of the same generation were shocked. Gu Zixuan, Yan Wenzhou, and the other young, strongest cultivators of their respective sects were also moved. Even the eyes of some of the older generation experts flickered. A second-tier immortal-reaching expert sighed. If I fight with all my strength, I'm afraid I won't be this girl's match. Not bad at all. The eyes of the Kunlun Immortal Realm Grand Supreme Elder of the Kunlun Immortal Realm shone brightly. He said, This sword isn't strong, but the sword momentum is very mysterious. No one below the Celestial Ascension Realm can block it completely. At the side, the leader of the Green Hill Fox clan had a smile on her face. Tu Xianxian was undoubtedly the pride of the Green Hill Fox clan. Tu Xianxian drew her sword. The sword power wasn't sharp, and it was even more gentle. With a mysterious aura, it arrived in front of Lin Tian. It was an extraordinary slash. He can't block it. No one below the immortal reaching realm can block it. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian was definitely going to lose. Tu Xianxian's slash was too mysterious and extraordinary. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tian sat casually on the big rock. His expression was very calm, and he didn't get up at all. He only made a move when Tu Xianxian's immortal sword was close to him. He simply stretched out his index finger and blocked Tu Xianxian's immortal sword. It can't be? How is this possible? Many people stared with wide eyes. Even some of the older generation experts were shocked. Tu Xianxian's slash was very extraordinary, but now it was blocked by Lin Tian so easily. Tu Xianxian herself was even more shocked. Although she had held back her strength, she knew very well that her slash wasn't ordinary. Ordinary people definitely couldn't block it. However, Lin Tian blocked it so easily. He just sat casually on the big rock and blocked her slash with his index finger. She couldn't believe it. She was very shocked. Actually, it's not bad. Lin Tiandao, with Tu Xianxian's cultivation, could make such a slash without using his full strength. It was really extraordinary. Then he continued, "Continue. Don't hold back. Use your full strength." Tu Xianxian was surprised, but when she heard Lin Tian's words, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. She seriously felt that she had been underestimated. Immediately, as Lin Tian said, she used her full strength. The immortal sword in her hand hummed and slashed out sword rays that filled the sky. She even used a very powerful divine skill. Some of the older experts in the immortal realm were shocked and moved by her powerful combat strength. However, Lin Tian was still sitting casually on the big rock. He blocked everything with his index finger. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This person, barehanded, no. His finger blocked the immortal weapon, blocked Tu Xianxian, and so casually, I misjudged him. He seems to be very, very strong. He looks so young, but he's actually more powerful than Tu Xianxian. This is really so scary. Many people's hearts palpitated. Even the masters of the Kunlun Wonderland and the Celestial Master Abode were shocked. At this moment, they were all shocked by Lin Tian's strength, especially the master of the Green Hill Fox clan of this generation. At this moment, he was completely stunned. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Tu Xianxian held the immortal sword and slashed out an even stronger sword ray. Then, she even summoned the strange phenomenon in her sea of consciousness. However, it still couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. Lin Tian pointed his index finger at her, but it was like an immortal emperor sword. Chapter 1347. According to the classic of mountains and seas, as well as some other historical records, the ancestor of the Green Hill Fox clan, the nine-tailed celestial fox, was in the Chaos Emperor realm. A cultivator at that level should have left behind the emperor ancient scriptures and emperor-level superpowers for their descendants. However, Lin Tian found that Tu Xianxian did not learn the ancient techniques at that level. The techniques she cultivated were very ordinary. This made him curious. You don't know. Tu Xianxian was a little confused. When the 8 kingdoms invaded Hua, there was also a battle between the cultivators. The major sects of Middle Earth were badly damaged. Most of the ancient scriptures and superpowers passed down were lost. Almost all of the ancient scriptures and superpowers that were left behind are incomplete. She looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression. This is common knowledge in the cultivator's world. Lin Tian was moved. Was the cultivator's world involved in that invasion? He really did not know. He nodded slightly and looked at Tu Xianxian. Little girl, continue. Bring out all of your potential. Tu Xianxian displayed the vision in her sea of consciousness. However, he could see that this was not the strongest combat power that Tu Xianxian could currently display. At this level of cultivation, with her potential, she should be able to increase her combat power to a higher level. Tu Xianxian could already see how powerful Lin Tian was. She was far from being his match. However, seeing Lin Tian calling her a little girl despite his young appearance, she immediately gritted her teeth. The demonic aura around her body shone brightly. Boom! Her demonic aura was fiery red like flames. It caused the surrounding space to tremble. His aura was much stronger than before. Lin Tian nodded to himself. He still only countered with one index finger. He began to exert pressure on Tu Xianxian. He used external force to force Tu Xianxian to bring out more of her potential. Throughout the entire process, he sat leisurely on the big rock. Tu Xianxian kept attacking, but she could not do anything. Isn't he too strong? How could there be such a terrifying figure in the younger generation of the cultivator's world? Who the hell is this? Everyone was stunned. Even the Grand Elder of the Kunlun Immortal Realm was shocked. He stared straight at Lin Tian. After that, he discovered that he actually couldn't see through Lin Tian's cultivation. Boom! 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 The powerful demonic energy shook the void. Tu Xianxian gritted his teeth and waved the immortal sword in his hand. The sword light that he slashed out became stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, it was still useless. He couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. Very good, Lin Tian said. At this moment, Tu Xianxian had already unleashed his potential to the limit with his current cultivation. He no longer used one finger to fight against Tu Xianxian. Instead, he opened all 5 of his fingers and formed a seal with one hand. Rays of strange radiance interweaved and enveloped the outside of his body. Tu Xianxian slashed with the immortal sword. Then, her delicate body trembled slightly. Her eyes revealed a strange look as she looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. With her aptitude, she noticed something strange at this moment. The strange radiance that Lin Tian pressed down on her body seemed to be attacking her, but in essence it wasn't. It contained strands of profound essence of cultivation, and it actually seemed to be passing down a technique in a disguised form. You, she revealed a shocked expression. Feel it with your heart. Lin Tiandao. This Tu Xianxian was somewhat eccentric, but his temperament was not bad. His aptitude was amazing. Even if he was placed in the 10 heavens domain, he would definitely be a top genius. Such a person lived on Earth today. In terms of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, inheritances like the Green Hill Fox clan could barely satisfy him. However, there was no way for him to cultivate ancient scriptures. What he cultivated was sparse and ordinary. This would severely limit his future cultivation path. After all, cultivating ancient scriptures was too important for a cultivator. It was countless times more important than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A powerful ancient scripture could allow a cultivator to go further than others. If this continued, although Tu Xianxian's aptitude was amazing and could be called an immortal seedling, he would eventually be buried and would not be able to go far. On the other hand, if such an immortal sapling were to be buried because of the environment of the outside world, then it would truly be a form of regret. So, at this moment, he started to guide Tu Xianxian and help her derive the ancient scripture of the Netherworld 9 arts. This was the supreme divine method of the Netherworld clan. It was an ancient scripture of the Celestial Lord level. It contained many mysteries and could be called a cultivation treasure book. Moreover, the nature of the Netherworld clan was very similar to that of the Demon clan. This ancient scripture was naturally very suitable for Tu Xianxian to cultivate. Tu Xianxian had already seen that Lin Tian was far stronger than her. At this time, she also saw that Lin Tian was passing on the method in a disguised form. When she heard Lin Tian telling her to use her heart to experience it, she did not dare to be careless. She attacked with her immortal sword while earnestly comprehending the method that Lin Tian was passing on. Then, she could not help but tremble again. In just a moment of comprehension, she saw how powerful the method that Lin Tian was passing on was. It was a method that she had never seen before. It could be called a supreme, mysterious method. She could not help but be shocked. Her eyes could not help but flicker. At the same time, not far away, the masters of the Kunlun Paradise and other major forces were shocked. At this time, they naturally saw that Lin Tian was passing on the method in a disguised form. Although they could not see what method Lin Tian was passing on, they could feel the vastness of that method. This, even the Grand Elder of the Kunlun Paradise was stunned. When he sensed a trace of the Taoist rhyme of the method that Lin Tian was displaying, his body could not help but tremble violently. His eyes could not help but twitch. He had never seen such a terrifying method before. The master of the Green Hill Fox clan's eyes flickered. He was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that the young cultivator who had barged into their Green Hill Fox clan's branch to kill people was so terrifying. He was delighted that this powerful, unknown cultivator seemed to be passing on some supreme, ancient method to her. This was simply like a dream, causing her to be unable to remain calm. On the other side, Gu Zishuan and the other 4 young experts also vaguely felt a trace of strangeness. They could see that Lin Tian was passing on an extremely powerful divine method to Tu Xianxian in a disguised form. At this time, they could not help but reveal a trace of envy. In front of them, Lin Tian sat on a large rock. He continuously formed seals with one hand, slowly demonstrating the 9 underworld arts to Tu Xianxian. Tu Xianxian earnestly comprehended, and as her comprehension deepened, the expression on her face became more and more shocked. She could feel more and more how terrifying the method that Lin Tian was passing on to her was. Her face was filled with disbelief. This level of technique was truly too shocking. Then, her expression became even more serious. She wholeheartedly comprehended the method that Lin Tian was passing on to her. She memorized the method that Lin Tian had demonstrated for her, and the demonic light around her body gradually became stronger. Not bad. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with light as he nodded to himself. He had demonstrated the 9 arts of the netherworld for Tu Xianxian, and he had only demonstrated each part once, but Tu Xianxian had very quickly comprehended and memorized them. It had to be said that this kind of comprehension ability was very shocking, far surpassing the average prodigy. Suddenly the arcane realm shook. At the entrance, dozens of figures stepped out. They all had Western faces, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. It was terrifying, like dozens of abysses. Lin Tian sat on a large rock on a short mountain. At this moment he sneered. The people from the Western Orthodoxy had really come. At the same time, the other cultivators in this place were shocked. They were clearly surprised by this scene. Western cultivators, how did you get here? The supreme elder of the Kunlun Wonderland frowned. You're about to die. There's no need for you to know too much. Killing you and taking down the divine mountains of the Middle Earth are the orders of the gods. Among the dozens of cultivators in the West, an aged figure spoke. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his voice, as if he was a killing machine. However, in the next moment, this person's expression changed. He suddenly saw Lin Tian beside him. It's you. Not long ago, the Western Orthodoxy sent a blond man to secretly investigate the location of Mount Tai's arcane realm. After that, the blond man took out a scroll and reported to Lin Tiansha, and he was killed. That scroll was a Dharma artifact. Not only did it contain the location of Mount Tai's arcane realm, but it also imprinted Lin Tian's face and other features in a special way. At that time, the blond man knew that he would definitely be killed by Lin Tiansha. Therefore, he imprinted Lin Tian's face, hoping that the people in his sect would avenge him. It was also because of this that this old man from the Western Orthodoxy recognized Lin Tian at a glance. Our sect's forerunner died at your hands. You should die. The old figure spoke in a cold voice. Kill him. As soon as this person finished speaking, 3 people stepped out from the side. Their eyes were cold and filled with merciless killing intent. Each of them took out a Dharma artifact and pressed it down on Lin Tian. These Dharma artifacts were terrifying. They were several times more powerful than immortal artifacts. Their power was terrifying. Tu Xianxian was shocked. This kind of attack was extremely terrifying. Don't worry about them. Continue with your enlightenment. Lin Tiandao. He was still sitting in the same spot. He did not get up. Then he bent his fingers, and 3 golden rays shot out. The 3 golden rays were like lightning. They instantly shattered the Dharma artifacts that the 3 Western cultivators had taken out. Then they pierced straight into the space between their eyebrows, shattering all 3 of them. Blood splattered everywhere and floated in the air. Suddenly, everyone trembled. The group of cultivators was shocked. The 3 Western cultivators were extremely powerful. Moreover, the Dharma artifacts they took out were several times more powerful than immortal artifacts. However, Lin Tian destroyed their Dharma artifacts with a snap of his fingers and killed all 3 of them. What kind of combat power was this? crossing the border from the Western Orthodoxy and jumping into the central region to seize the famed mountains. You have some guts. You're not small at all. Looking at the dozens of people from the Western Orthodoxy, Lin Tian's voice was cold. The dozens of people from the Western Orthodoxy were shocked. They did not expect Lin Tian to be so powerful that he could kill 3 of their powerhouses with just a lift of his hand. An old man wearing a robe walked out. His face was full of wrinkles, as if he had 1 foot in a coffin. However, he still gave off a terrifying vibe. "I'll kill him." His voice was old and hoarse. He held an ancient sheepskin book in his hand. Ancient runes were intertwined on it. They turned into a wave of light that pressed down on Lin Tian. "God says, let there be light." The wave of light was like ripples on water. It looked gentle, but it was terrifying. Even the supreme elder of the Kunlun Wonderland was shaken. "God says, let there be light. I say, you must die." Lin Tian's expression was cold. He explained the underworld 9 arts ancient scripture to Tu Xianxian while looking at the old man in the robe. He did not do anything. However, an invisible force of Tao gushed out and instantly annihilated the wave of light. With a poof, the old man in the robe was shattered into pieces. Chapter 1348. A bloody mist floated in the air. The Western elder in the robes exploded, causing the expressions of everyone here to change again. This, everyone's hearts palpitated. They clearly didn't see Lin Tian make a move. He had only said a few words, but the Western cultivator who attacked Lin Tian exploded and died. This scene was really a little demonic, and many people couldn't help but tremble. Words are law. Words are Tao. This is practically, someone trembled. Tu Xianxian was the most shocked. Lin Tian had been teaching her while killing 4 Western cultivators. This battle prowess made her heart palpitate. It was far more terrifying than she had imagined. The dozens of Western cultivators were also shocked. The elder in the robes was one of the leaders of their trip, yet he was killed just like that. However, in the blink of an eye, these people's eyes became cold again. "Alien, you will receive God's punishment," one of the brown-haired people said coldly. With a boom, this person walked out. His eyes were like 2 black holes, looking a little terrifying. He was at the 3rd heaven of the great Tao, and powerful Tao laws interweaved behind him. Streaks of crimson divine light surged out, the light still shining in all directions. Rumble. The void suddenly trembled violently, cracking inch by inch. Even the surface of the ground shook. It was shocking. Clang. Above his head, dense Tao light interweaved, turning into a lightning spear. It was about 3 meters long, and lightning interweaved around it. This was completely condensed from divine power and Tao laws. It was a powerful, mystical power. The moment it was condensed, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura, causing all the cultivators in this space to involuntarily retreat, their hearts trembling. Even the great Tao Realm Supreme Elder of the Kunlun Immortal Realm couldn't help but change his expression at this time, shocked by this attack. "Die," the brown-haired Western cultivator said, his voice cold. In the next moment, the 3-meter-long divine spear condensed above his head directly pierced toward Lin Tian. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed inch by inch. The terrifying waves were terrifying. Lin Tian practiced the 9 underworld arts for Tu Xianxian, but he still didn't move. The other party's divine spear of slaughter arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chi! With a crisp sound, the divine spear of slaughter approached him and was shattered by the divine power ripples that intertwined around his body. At the same time, a golden light flew out from his body and turned into a light blade that slashed down. With a puff, the brown-haired Western powerhouse was chopped into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye before he could even scream. Immediately, the crowd was once again astonished. A person at the 3rd firmament of the great Tao was, my God, where did this living ancestor come from? The cultivators of the Central Plains were shocked. An expert at the third firmament of the great Tao had been slain so easily. He did not even have the chance to scream. One had to know that on the current Earth, a powerhouse of this level could already sweep through all 10 directions. Could it be a great medium who survived from ancient times? Someone swallowed his saliva, completely stunned. Tu Xian was the most shocked. Her beautiful eyes lit up. The person in front of her was too terrifying. He casually sat down and killed a great Tao realm powerhouse. To think that she had previously said that she would spank Lin Tian's buttocks if she won. Now that she thought about it, she could not help but shrink her neck. Moreover, she noticed the change in Lin Tian. When he was fighting with her, just now, he was clearly so easygoing. However, at this moment, he was like an ancient demon god. That kind of aura was terrifying. At this moment, the dozens of people from the Western Orthodoxy's expressions completely changed. They could not help but stagger backward. A great Tao realm powerhouse was killed so easily. Throughout the entire process, Lin Tian did not even stand up. They were terrified and horrified. Who are you? One of them asked in a trembling voice. Lin Tian's voice was cold. You have no right to know who I am. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. The Western powerhouse who spoke directly exploded, his body and soul destroyed. This caused the dozens of people from the Western Orthodoxies to tremble again. Activate the divine weapon. Cast the divine incantation. A gray-robed elder gritted his teeth and said, he was at the 4th level of the great Tao realm. As soon as he finished speaking, more than half of the dozens of people immediately moved. A treasured wheel was summoned, emitting a shocking divine light. This was a flawless divine weapon. The divine weapon's aura was terrifying. Then these people chanted a strange Tao language in unison. In an instant, the place became pitch black. With a rumbling sound, a huge pitch-black vortex appeared above everyone's heads. Lightning interweaved within it as if it was a heavenly tribulation lightning punishment. The aura it emitted was many times stronger than the divine spear summoned by the great Tao realm powerhouse. This was because this was a powerful joint attack divine technique. When dozens of people executed it together, its power was naturally shocking. Moreover, at the same time, this group of people worked together to support the divine weapon treasured wheel. Together, they pressed down on Lin Tian. Ka! 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 The void collapsed, and the killing intent was terrifying. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a swing of his hand, a sword light slashed out, shattering the divine weapon treasured wheel and the opponent's divine technique. After that, the sword light was tyrannical and intimidating. The Western powerhouses who attacked were all blasted into pieces. It can't be, right? A complete divine weapon was shattered into pieces just like that. This is simply a god. Apart from the divine weapon, there were 3 early-stage great Tao realm powerhouses among them. How could they? The cultivators of the Central Plains were shocked. Dozens of people from the Western Orthodoxies attacked, but in the blink of an eye, only 5 of them were left. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian and trembled. They never thought that they would encounter such a terrifying person on their trip to the Central Plains. Let's go, one of the leaders said in a trembling voice. The 5 of them immediately retreated and fled. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Tianling said. His main purpose in entering the secret realm of Mount Tai was to wait for these people from the Western Orthodoxies. Since they dared to cause trouble in the Central Plains, he would kill them all. He was still sitting on the spot, but a golden sword light flew out from beside him. It froze the space around the 5 of them and slashed down mightily. Damn it! Just you wait. My master will soon lead an army to the east and flatten the Central Plains. All of you will die. The leader knew that he was going to die, so he shouted ferociously. Is that so? Since you're so arrogant, I'll follow your example and launch an expedition to the west. I'll uproot all of your Western orthodoxies." Lin Tianling said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden sword light slashed down and directly crushed the last 5 people. All of them were instantly annihilated. Dozens of people from the Western orthodoxies were wiped out. The place instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Tian. Gulp. Some of them could not help but gulp, their hearts palpitating. Even the supreme elder of the Kunlun Wonderland could not help but tremble. His eyes were filled with shock. Tu Xianxian's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Lin Tian and shrunk her neck. Just now, dozens of people from the Western orthodoxies charged over. Every one of them was very terrifying. They were led by several great Virtue Realm powerhouses and even had flawless divine weapons. They could almost sweep through this place. However, they were all wiped out by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This kind of strength was so terrifying that it seemed unreal. "Little girl, I told you not to be distracted. Focus on comprehending the technique," Lin Tian said. He had been sitting on the big rock and did not get up. During the entire process of killing dozens of people from the Western orthodoxies, he had been practicing the 9 underworld techniques for Tu Xianxian. Now that he had killed dozens of people from the Western orthodoxies, the aura on his body calmed down again. "Yes, yes." Tu Xianxian nodded repeatedly. At this time, she was extremely obedient. Immediately, she used her heart to comprehend the rays of light that Lin Tian pressed down on her. She used her powerful divine sense to comprehend them. Then, the demonic light on her body became stronger and stronger. Lin Tian nodded. This girl's aptitude was really indescribable. She could always quickly comprehend every move that he practiced. Buzz. Light interweaved in this place, and a powerful Tao light surged out. Tu Xianxian seriously comprehended the 9 underworld techniques that Lin Tian practiced. The aura on her body continued to become stronger, and her cultivation base also increased. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, their eyes shone brightly. They looked at Tu Xianxian with incomparable envy. Just now, they had clearly seen how powerful Lin Tian was. In the blink of an eye, he killed dozens of powerhouses from the Western orthodoxies. He was definitely comparable to the ancient great divines, or even stronger. In the current era, he could be said to be an invincible existence. Now, such a peerless existence was teaching Tu Xianxian and personally practicing for her. Many people could not even dream of such a thing. Fellow Taoist too, the immortal fate of your princess is really enviable. To think that she could gain the favor of such an existence. The eyes of the Supreme Elder of the Kunlun immortal realm flickered. The current owner of Qingqiu was so excited that he was trembling. He even stuttered, "Immortal, immortal fate! Immortal fate!" Lin Tian's power was obvious to everyone in this place. It was terrifying. Now, such an existence was personally practicing divine techniques and imparting immortal sutras to the prodigy of the Qingqiu clan. This made her heart tremble. She felt like she was dreaming. Buzz. In front of her, light surrounded her. Tu Xianxian seriously comprehended the 9 underworld techniques that Lin Tian taught her. She cultivated seriously, and the aura on her body rose rapidly. Her essence, qi and spirit increased greatly. Then her cultivation base also increased rapidly, and her demonic power shook greatly. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. A powerful aura rushed out of Tu Xianxian's body. She rushed into the connecting immortal realm. Suddenly, the space trembled violently and lightning surged out. At this moment, Tu Xianxian attracted the immortal ascension, heavenly tribulation. Boom! Thunder rumbled and rolled. Dense lightning interweaved above everyone's head, and a destructive aura covered the sky and earth. This destructive aura was shocking. Even the supreme elder of the Kunlun immortal realm trembled slightly. She's in the connecting immortal realm. The current owner of the Qingqiu Fox clan was pleasantly surprised. Tu Xianxian defeated the strongest supreme elder of the Qingqiu clan when she was in the Zephyr 9th tier. Now that she was in the connecting immortal realm, how powerful would her combat power be? She was excited just thinking about it, but soon she looked worried again, because the immortal ascension, heavenly tribulation that Tu Xianxian attracted was really terrifying. Not bad. Lin Tian looked at the heavenly tribulation that Tu Xianxian attracted and could not help but nod. Tu Xianxian's immortal ascension, heavenly tribulation, was shocking. It was not comparable to ordinary people's heavenly tribulations. Once again, it proved her extraordinary potential. Chapter 1349. Lightning surged and rolled, and an oppressive aura descended from the sky. That power made everyone's heart palpitate. The destructive aura was truly shocking. Tu Xianxian trembled. She felt the arrival of the mortal ascension tribulation and the threat of death. After all, this heavenly tribulation was coming for her. She gripped her immortal sword tightly and prepared to transcend the tribulation. Don't worry about it. Continue to comprehend. Lin Tiandao. He continued to practice the 9 arts of the underworld for Tu Xianxian with one hand, and with a flick of his other hand, a golden light shot into the sky like lightning. With a swoosh, the vast lightning was instantly annihilated and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked again. Such a powerful heavenly tribulation was actually shattered with a flick of his finger. It was truly terrifying. However, when they recalled how Lin Tiandao killed dozens of powerful cultivators from the Western orthodoxies with a flick of his hand, these people quickly understood. After all, there were several great virtue realm cultivators among them, and they even had a flawless divine weapon. Even such a combination was easily wiped out. Now that he had shattered an immortal ascension tribulation, it was naturally nothing. Tu Xianxian was shocked and immediately focused on comprehending. Lin Tiandao continued to teach. Seeing that Tu Xianxian was talented and intelligent, he could not help but give more pointers and pass down more divine arts. In the blink of an eye, an entire hour passed. At this time, he stopped and stood up from the big rock, stopping his teaching. Tu Xianxian's entire body was surrounded by divine light. Her aura was sometimes sharp and sometimes holy. Her essence, spirit, and cultivation were still rising. Soon, she rushed into the second heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tiandao nodded to himself. This girl's talent in cultivation was really strong. Then, a few breaths passed quickly. Tu Xianxian broke away from the enlightenment, and the light on her body gradually disappeared. She looked at her hand and felt the changes in her body. She was instantly pleasantly surprised. Then, she came back to her senses and put away her immortal sword. She leaped in front of Lin Tiandao and bowed. Master, Xianxian greets Master. At this time, her eyes were very bright, and she looked very obedient. I'm only teaching, not taking in disciples. He raised his hand, and invisible divine power surged. It stopped Tu Xianxian from bowing and lifted her body. No, the ancients said that a teacher. Since you're teaching, you're my master. Tu Xianxian's eyes were as bright as snow. Lin Tian shook his head. He already had a disciple, so he had no intention of taking another. Don't. Tu Xianxian jumped over, hugged Lin Tiandao's arm, and shook it with all her might. She acted both shamelessly and coquettishly. Master, please take me in. Xianxian is very obedient. Xianxian knows how to wash clothes, cook, make the bed, massage your waist and legs. Xianxian knows how to do it all. Xianxian will be very filial. She was shocked by the techniques that Lin Tiandao passed down. She also saw clearly how powerful Lin Tiandao was. He was definitely comparable to the great divinities of the ancient times, or even stronger. He could be said to be invincible in the present age. If she could cultivate under Lin Tiandao, it would be a great blessing. She would definitely be able to go far on the path of cultivation in the future. Now, how could she let go of Lin Tiandao? She was almost shamelessly hugging Lin Tiandao's arm, unwilling to let go. In the surroundings, all the cultivators were sweating profusely. That was an invincible expert who easily killed dozens of experts from the Western orthodoxies. Even divine weapons were easily crushed by him. Now, Tu Xianxian was actually hugging and swinging the arm of such a great character, causing many people to shrink their necks. This was truly a little too bold. Xianxian, let go. Don't be rude. The current master of the Green Hill Fox clan hurried forward and scolded Tu Xianxian. Then he bowed seriously to Lin Tiandao. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, for imparting your supreme divine techniques to Xianxian. At the same time, the masters of Penglai and other great forces all stepped forward and bowed seriously to Lin Tiandao. Even the Kunlun Paradise's great supreme elder was no exception. He bowed to Lin Tiandao with a respectful expression. Greetings, Senior. For a moment, all the great figures in the present cultivation world of the Middle Earth bowed to Lin Tiandao and paid their respects. Don't. I'm not as old as you guys. I can't take such a bow. Lin Tiandao. He raised his hand, and invisible divine power surged, straightening the bodies of all the masters of the Middle Earth's great forces. Not as old as us. All the great figures were puzzled. They tried to sense the fluctuations of Lin Tiandao's vital energy, and then they revealed surprised expressions. Based on the fluctuations of Lin Tiandao's vital energy, Lin Tiandao seemed to be only a few tens of years old. He was indeed not as old as them. However, it was precisely because of this that all the great figures were even more shocked. He was only a few tens of years old, yet he'd actually attained such heights. He grasped a peerless saint technique and killed great Tao experts, like cutting vegetables. How terrifying was his potential! At this point, this grand meeting of cultivators naturally couldn't continue. With the Kunlun Paradise's great supreme elder in the lead, the masters of a few top-rate great forces in the Middle Earth invited Lin Tiandao to a nearby pavilion. During the entire process, Tu Xianxian followed closely by Lin Tiandao's side and refused to leave. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Tiandao would run away. Lin Tiandao didn't mind and didn't say anything. After chatting with the masters of a few top-rate great forces, he asked them, "Do you know why Mount Tai has become like this? What happened to Mount Tai all those years ago?" Mount Tai was so grand in the past, and there were groups of celestial mountains around it. The main peak was 10 million meters tall, but now it was only a little over 1,000 meters tall. Such a change really made him very curious. He felt that these great inheritances of the Middle Earth might know some secrets. However, he was disappointed in the end. The masters of the top-rate great forces all shook their heads. They didn't know what had happened to Mount Tai. Even the strongest great Tao realm expert in the Kunlun Paradise didn't know anything about this. I see. He felt slightly regretful. The people here were the strongest group of people in the Middle Earth now, yet they didn't know anything about this. In the end, he didn't ask any more questions. He sat down in the pavilion and discussed the Tao with these great figures of the Middle Earth. Of course, although it was said to be discussing the Tao, it was actually him guiding the masters and great supreme elders of these top-rate inheritances. After all, his cultivation far surpassed these great figures of these inheritances, and he was almost at the Emperor realm. Soon, 2 hours passed and the discussion ended. All the great figures bowed seriously to Lin Tiandao. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. I can't thank you enough. Thank you." Their eyes were filled with excitement. In these 2 hours, through some of Lin Tian's pointers, they had obtained a great deal of enlightenment. It was comparable to hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. Many of them felt that the path of cultivation ahead of them had become much brighter. Lin Tiandao waved his hand. This was nothing. Well, fellow Taoist, there's something that I hope you can help me with. At this moment, the current master of the Celestial Master Residence took a step forward and bowed seriously to Lin Tiandao. He said, "In the secret realm of my sect, there is a great ferocious beast that was once sealed by the Patriarch. Recently, it has been erupting with monstrous, demonic aura from time to time. I'm afraid that the seal can no longer stop it. There were many ferocious beasts sealed in the secret realm of the Celestial Master Residence. Just a few months ago, one of the seals began to tremble, and a very terrifying aura surged out. Even the current Supreme Elder of the Celestial Master Residence was terrified by that aura. He had tried many ways to mend the seal, but it was to no avail. At most, it would take a month before the great ferocious beast under the seal would be released. With the aura that the great ferocious beast is emitting through the seal, it will definitely cause a huge disaster if it breaks out. Not only will the Celestial Master Residence be in trouble, but the ordinary people will also be implicated. Please help us, fellow Taoist." The current master of the Celestial Master Residence was a middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with deep worry as he bowed to Lin Tiandao and asked for help. In fact, this middle-aged man originally wanted to inform the masters of the Penglai Immortal Island, Kunlun Immortal Realm, and several other great forces after the Immortal Cultivator Conference ended. He wanted to ask for help from these top inheritances. However, he didn't expect to meet such a peerless existence like Lin Tiandao at the conference. At this time, he directly asked for help from Lin Tiandao. There's such a thing. Hearing the master of the Celestial Master Residence mention this matter, the masters of the Kunlun Immortal Realm and other great forces couldn't help but be shocked. The Celestial Master Residence had always been responsible for suppressing demons and devils. Generations of Celestial Masters had sealed many demons and devils in the secret realm of the Celestial Master Residence. The masters of these great forces all knew about it, but they didn't expect that a great ferocious beast was about to break out of the seal. Moreover, it was the great ferocious beast sealed by the first generation Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Residence. That great ferocious beast was definitely not simple. It was obvious that it was terrifying. The first generation Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Residence is suppressing a great ferocious beast? Lin Tiandao revealed a strange expression. The Celestial Master Residence had a long history, and there had been dozens of Celestial Masters in each generation. Among them, the first generation Celestial Master was undoubtedly the most famous. When it came to the first generation Celestial Master, not only people in the cultivation world knew about him, but even ordinary people were probably familiar with him. That person was the famous Zhang Daoling in the history of Taoism in ancient China. He was the founder of the Celestial Master Taoism. In later generations, he would be known as the ancestor Celestial Master, Zhenrenjinyi, the great master of the three heavens, brilliant God, and Celestial Master Zhang. He could not help but be a little concerned about the great evil that was personally suppressed by such a great figure in ancient China's history. "I'll go and have a look," he said to the current generation's master of the Celestial Master Residence. According to the description of the current generation's master of the Celestial Master Residence, once that great evil was born, the current Celestial Master Residence would definitely not be able to withstand it. It might even cause a disaster. Now that he knew about it, he naturally would not let it go. Moreover, if it was really a great evil that was personally suppressed by the founder of the Celestial Master Taoism, Zhang Daoling, the other party's origin was not simple. At the very least, the other party had lived much longer than the people present. Perhaps he knew some ancient secrets about the great changes of Mount Tai. Seeing that Lin Tiandao had agreed to help, the current generation's Celestial Master Residence was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, fellow Taoist." He had seen how powerful Lin Tiandao was. If Lin Tiandao were to help, he believed that he would definitely be able to suppress that great evil. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, can we also go with you?" The masters of the Kunlun Wonderland and other major forces asked the master of the Celestial Master Residence. Of course. The master of the Celestial Master Residence said, on this day, Lin Tiandao left the secret realm of Mount Tai with the master of the Celestial Master Residence and the masters of the Kunlun Wonderland. The master of the Celestial Master Residence led the way and headed for Mount Longhu, where the secret realm of the Celestial Master Residence was located. Chapter 1350. Mount Longhu was one of the most famous divine mountains in ancient China. It was the birthplace of Taoism. According to legend, Zhang Daoling, the founder of the Taoist master's abode, gave birth to a dragon and tiger after successfully refining elixirs in the mountains. It was located in Yingtan City, Jiangxi Province. Lin Tian followed the current owner of the abode of Taoist master and the masters of the Kunlun Wonderland to the outskirts of Mount Longhu. Looking from afar, Mount Longhu was composed of several main peaks, each of which was several hundred meters tall. There was abundant vegetation and water flowing between the mountains. The scenery could be described as magnificent. Many tourists were taking photos, making the place somewhat noisy. Fellow Taoists, this way please. The current owner of the abode of Taoist master led the way, away from the tourists. They entered Mount Longhu from a remote location. This lineage was established on Mount Longhu, but it was obviously not on the surface of Mount Longhu. Instead, it was in a secret space within Mount Longhu that was covered by an extraordinary formation. Normal people would not be able to detect it, let alone enter it. Leading Lin Tian and the others, the current owner of the abode of Taoist master entered Mount Longhu, where white fog interweaved. He formed a mysterious seal and opened a void door in the blink of an eye, leading Lin Tian and the masters of the Kunlun Wonderland behind the void door. In the next moment, the surrounding environment changed greatly. The group arrived at a special space. It was very flat and there were no mountains. However, there were many ancient halls, all of which were interwoven with a kind of simplicity and vicissitudes. This is the first time I've come to the secret space of the abode of Taoist master. Tu Xianxian also followed closely behind Lin Tian, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would run away. Lin Tian looked at this secret space. The space was very vast, and the spiritual qi was much stronger than outside. It was incomparable. At the same time, he saw many disciples of the abode of Taoist master. Their blood and qi were very strong, much stronger than ordinary people. Boom! Suddenly, this secret space trembled. A very strong demonic aura rushed out from the depths of this secret space of the abode of Taoist master. Looking from afar, a gray fog surged in that place like a gray mushroom cloud. The surrounding space was distorted inch by inch, as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. The scene was a little frightening. This is... What a powerful demonic aura. This is the great evil sealed by the first-generation celestial master, Senior Zhang Daoling. This aura is simply... The masters of the Penglai Immortal Island and the other major powers were astonished. Even the Kunlun Immortal Realm Grand Elder's heart trembled. But it's terrifying. Tu Xianxian shrunk his neck and leaned closer to Lin Tian. The fluctuation of this demonic aura was indeed somewhat frightening. Lin Tian gazed in that direction. Nirvana level. A Nirvana stage demon could be called a demon saint. However, it was nothing to him now, so he did not pay much attention to it. Retreat. Stay as far away from that area as possible. Quick, get moving. In the Celestial Master manner, a powerful elder spoke at this moment, ordering the disciples of the Celestial Master manner to stay as far away from the place where the demonic aura surged to avoid being injured by it. At this moment, the master of the Celestial Master manner had just led Lin Tian and the others into this space. Seeing this scene, his eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Lin Tiandao. Fellow Taoist, you saw it too. This is the situation. That great evil has been attacking the seal recently. I'm afraid we can't trap it anymore. As he spoke, he bowed to Lin Tian. I'll leave everything to you, fellow Taoist. Don't worry. Lin Tiandao. He let the current master of the celestial master manor lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the place where the demonic aura surged from the depths of this space. This place was very spacious. In the depths, there was a circular valley. Billowing demonic aura surged from the valley and intertwined in the surroundings. There were 7 figures dressed in celestial master robes standing around, forming mysterious seals to stabilize the seal around the circular valley. One of them looked incomparably old with wrinkled skin. He was the great supreme elder of this branch. The current master of the celestial master manor led Lin Tian and the others here. He softly called out to the great supreme elder and the other 6 people of this branch. Soon, the 7 people's gazes were attracted. They temporarily retreated and came to the side of the master of the celestial master manor. Great supreme elder. The current master of the celestial master manor introduced Lin Tian to the great supreme elder of this branch. This fellow Taoist is extremely powerful, comparable to the great divines of ancient times. He will definitely help us suppress the great evil that is about to break out of the seal. The great supreme elder of the celestial master manors, eye sockets were sunken. Hearing the words of the master of the celestial master manor, he was immediately shocked. Comparable to the great divines of ancient times, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Tian was really too young. How could such a young person be comparable to the great divines of ancient times? Old man, don't doubt it. My master is very powerful. Tu Xian said with a very proud expression. I'm not your master. Lin Tian looked at her from the corner of his eyes and corrected her. Tu Xian blinked her beautiful eyes. Teaching is teaching. This is the truth. Master, don't be embarrassed. Lin Tian was speechless. Boom! Demonic aura surged. In front of the seal, the demonic aura surging from the circular valley became even more terrifying. In addition, there were roars coming from below, causing the air to tremble. The air around the circular canyon started to become filled with a terrifying aura. Very sharp, demonic might interweaved in that direction, giving people a very frightening feeling. The great supreme elder of the celestial master manor suddenly changed his expression. At this time, the demonic aura there was even thicker, and the aura was fierce. They couldn't even get close. If they approached with the terrifying fluctuations, they would definitely be torn to pieces in an instant. The master of the celestial master manor hurriedly looked at Lin Tian. Fellow cultivator, in this situation, the seal was obviously going to be broken very soon. Everything depended on Lin Tian. Don't worry. Lin Tiandao, just like at the beginning, still only said these 2 words. He appeared very calm and didn't care at all. In front of them, the demonic aura surged, constantly rushing up from the circular valley. The aura overflowing from it was getting stronger and stronger. In the face of this aura, the masters of the Penglai Immortal Island and the other major forces couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Even the great supreme elder of the Kunlun Immortal Realm had a serious expression. Such fluctuations made him feel a sense of horror. Tu Xian shrank his neck and whispered to Lin Tiandao, It's really ominous, master! I already said that I'm not your master. Lin Tian corrected him. Don't be like this, master. Our slogan is don't abandon, don't give up. You've already taught us, so you have to be responsible for your cute disciple to the end. Tu Xian said. After knowing that Lin Tian's age wasn't much, he became even bolder and pestered Lin Tian with all his might. Lin Tian, boom! In front of them, the powerful demonic aura surged and became even more powerful. As far as the eye could see, there were strands of seal patterns intertwined on the circular valley. As the powerful demonic aura continued to rush up from the bottom of the valley, these seal patterns became fainter and fainter. It was obvious that they couldn't hold on for much longer. After that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, The demonic aura in this place was extremely strong. The seal patterns intertwined around the circular valley dimmed to the extreme. Then they were finally annihilated by the demonic aura that rushed up from the bottom of the valley. With a boom, the demonic aura collided. A white shadow rushed up from below, shaking the entire Celestial Master residence. "I'm out. I'm finally out." Wild laughter rang out, shaking the space until it was distorted. The demonic aura surged. As far as the eye could see, the white shadow that rushed up from the circular valley was about 30 feet tall. It was a white tiger with snow-white fur with some black hair. However, it was different from an ordinary white tiger. It had a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, it was about 10 feet wide and looked very huge. The demonic aura outside its body was thick and terrifying. 6th-tier Nirvana realm. Lin Tiandao. In front of them, the white tiger flapped its wings. Shocking hurricanes swept out directly. It was very powerful. The big shots of the Kunlun Wonderland and other major forces trembled. They were all shocked by the other party's aura. This aura was much stronger than the aura that the other party emitted when it was sealed. It was incomparable. It made them feel as if they were facing a demonic mountain. The Supreme Elder of the Celestial Master Residence and this generation's Master's expression changed drastically. At this moment, they couldn't help but tremble. The white tiger laughed wildly. The demonic aura around its body surged. It scanned the surroundings. Then, its gaze suddenly fell on the Tu Xianxian. Its pair of tiger eyes lit up immediately. A beauty who can topple cities. It howled and rushed toward the Tu Xianxian with a whoosh. As it rushed out, a hurricane suddenly swept out in all directions, flipping the master of the Kunlun Wonderland over. In the blink of an eye, an entire field, only Lin Tian and the Tu Xianxian, who was very close to Lin Tian, were standing on the spot intact. The white tiger howled excitedly. It stared at the Tu Xianxian as if it had seen a delicious meal and pounced forward. This gave the Tu Xianxian a fright. He immediately hid behind Lin Tian. The white tiger's speed was astonishing. With a whoosh, it rushed in front of him. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the white tiger. With a slap, the white tiger was slapped in the cheek. Its huge demonic body was sent flying on the spot and fell hundreds of feet away. This scene immediately shocked the big shots of the Kunlun Wonderland who had been flipped over. The masters of these big forces could not help but gulp. They knew that Lin Tian was terrifying, but they did not expect him to be this terrifying. Such a terrifying white tiger, a great evil sealed by the first celestial master of the Celestial Master Abode, Zhang Daoling, was at least tens of thousands of times more terrifying than the dozens of people from the Western orthodoxies. Its demonic aura alone was enough to terrify them, but now Lin Tian sent it flying with a single slap. The Supreme Elder of the Celestial Master Abode could not help but tremble. Previously, when the Celestial Master Abode's headmaster said that Lin Tian was comparable to the great divines of the ancient times, he did not believe it. This was because Lin Tian looked too young. However, now that he saw Lin Tian send the great evil sealed by their ancestor flying with a single slap, he instantly believed it. With such a scene in front of his eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. It was very difficult for him to not believe it. Master is mighty. Master is domineering. Master is so handsome. Chapter 1351. Lin Tianyi sent the terrifying white tiger flying with a slap. Everyone was shocked. Tu Xianxian was both surprised and excited. He's really so strong, the owner of the Kunlun Wonderland said in a trembling voice. The group of strong cultivators stood firm in the distance and looked at Lin Tian from afar. Then they looked in the direction where the white tiger had been sent flying. In that direction, a strong demonic aura swept over in an instant. The white tiger that had been sent flying by Lin Tian stood up again. "Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? Do you have any morals?" It roared and glared at Lin Tian angrily. Lin Tian, why did this tiger demon look like it was of the highest quality? The strong cultivators of the Kunlun Wonderland and Panglai Immortal Island could not help but open their mouths. A ferocious beast that had been sealed by the ancestor of the Celestial Master sect actually said the word morals. The white tiger glared at Lin Tian. Then, its gaze fell on Tu Xianxian. Its eyes lit up. Beautiful lady, you're devastatingly beautiful. Are you willing to travel the world with me? It looked at Tu Xianxian. Without waiting for Tu Xianxian to speak, it said in surprise, "What? You're willing? I knew it would be like this. I'm coming to pick you up." As it spoke, it moved again. With a whoosh, it pounced on Tu Xianxian. Tu Xianxian's eyes widened. This was clearly a rogue tiger. Lin Tian was also a little speechless. He suddenly felt that this white tiger was too similar to Ling Yin. They both looked like perverts. Seeing the white tiger pounce on Tu Xianxian beside him at an extremely fast speed, he raised his hand again and slapped it. Slap! The same slap landed on the white tiger's cheek and sent it flying again. The texture of the fur is quite comfortable, he muttered to himself. Behind him, Tu Xianxian's eyes lit up when he heard this. With a whoosh, 5 furry tails appeared. "Master, my tail is more comfortable to touch. It's very warm. It must feel better than that rogue tiger's. Why don't you try it?" She blinked and looked at Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian, what was in this girl's head? Boom! In the distance, a powerful demonic aura surged. The white tiger stood up again. Its 10-meter-long demonic body was extremely intimidating. "Bastard! This tiger ignored you. Yet you dared to launch another sneak attack. I'll slap you to death." The white tiger released a low roar. This time it rushed at Lin Tian, its demonic energy surging like a sea. It reached out a claw towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand, and it was still a light slap. With a bang, the white tiger was sent flying again, smashing a few large rocks in the distance into pieces. "Damn, brat, I went easy on you. You're still trying to fight me." The white tiger roared. It stood up and pounced on Lin Tian again. Bam! Lin Tian raised his hand and sent him flying with another slap. "You think I'm a sick cat just because I didn't show my power." The white tiger stood up and charged again. Bam! "Brat, I'm angry." Bam! "You've completely angered me." Bam! The white tiger pounced on Lin Tian again and again. It was sent flying again and again. Its face was swollen and round. Of course, this was the result of Lin Tian going easy on it. He thought that the white tiger was similar to Ling Yin. Therefore, he didn't kill it. Moreover, he could tell that the seal that sealed the white tiger wasn't very strong. The power of the seal would dissipate quickly with the passage of time. Obviously, the first Taoist master didn't want to seal the white tiger forever. He only wanted to suppress it for a short period of time, which was about 2,000 years. Therefore, it could be guessed that this white tiger was not an unpardonable evil creature. Otherwise, the first generation celestial master would not have simply sealed it, and not for eternity. In the distance, the white tiger's eyes were wide open. It didn't pounce on Lin Tian again. Clearly, it had recognized how powerful Lin Tian was. Then, in the next moment, it ran away. It flapped the wings on its back and rushed out of the Taoist master mansion. "Brat, your strength is not bad. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. We'll fight another day." Hearing this, the masters of the Kunlun Wonderland and other major forces were dumbfounded. This white tiger was the best. This is the great evil that the ancestor personally sealed. The current sect leader of the Taoist master mansion was stunned. This white tiger looked like a hooligan, no matter how he looked at it. So shameless. Tu Xianxian glared. The white tiger was very fast. With a flap of its wings, it rushed to the edge of the Taoist master mansion's secret realm. Lin Tian looked at the other party. With a slight movement of his mind, invisible Taoist power interweaved, causing the void in the distance to shake. A strong force fell on the white tiger, and with a bang it was knocked back. It fell at his feet and cracked the ground. At the same time, golden divine power gushed out of his body, turning into a light screen and falling on the white tiger. Immediately, it was as if an ancient divine mountain fell on the white tiger, causing the white tiger to shake violently. "Bastard, stop!" the white tiger shouted. Lin Tian's golden divine light pressed on its body. Its flesh and bones were in pain, and it grimaced. Lin Tian ignored it and didn't move. The golden divine light continued to press down, causing the white tiger to tremble. Its huge monster body quickly shrank from 3 feet to 2 feet, and from 2 feet to 3 feet. "Bastard, I told you to stop." "Stop. Damn it. Don't bet anymore." F***CK. "Stop, it's going to break." "Stop, stop, stop." "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." The white tiger howled. Around them, the people of the Kunlun Immortal Realm and the Penglai Immortal Island were both speechless and shocked. Such a powerful and ferocious white tiger was suppressed by Lin Tian as if it was a toy. This kind of strength shocked them once again. Lin Tian ignored the white tiger and continued to press down on the white tiger from 3 feet to 3 inches before stopping. Then he squatted down and used his divine power to create a light mirror in front of the white tiger. "Do I look like a sick cat?" The white tiger looked at its appearance in the light mirror and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Now, didn't it look like a sick little cat? Previously, it had said to Lin Tian, "If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm a sick cat." Unexpectedly, Lin Tian really made it look like a sick cat. It really wanted to turn its head and faint. Tu Xian laughed on the side. Because Lin Tian was beside him, he was not afraid of the white tiger at all. He stretched out a slender finger and poked the white tiger, teasing, "Come meow." White tiger. F***CK. Lin Tian dispersed the light mirror formed by his divine power and also dispersed the divine power that was suppressing the white tiger. He casually slapped the white tiger. "All right, stop howling." He looked at the white tiger and asked, "Why was it sealed here in the first place?" Hearing his question, the surrounding people couldn't help but look at the white tiger, especially the Grand Elder of the Celestial Master Residence. After all, this was a great calamity sealed by their ancestors. They naturally wanted to know why the white tiger was sealed. The white tiger stopped running because it completely understood that it couldn't beat Lin Tian, nor could it escape from Lin Tian's hands. At this time, when it heard Lin Tian's question, it suddenly became angry. "That Taoist ox nose is not a good thing. Didn't I often invite beautiful women to travel the world? That Taoist ox nose said something about me going against the Tao and my Tao heart being turbid. He forcefully brought me to this stupid mountain and said something about me refining pills and cultivating my Tao heart with him for a period of time." Lin Tian interrupted the white tiger. "You said invitation? Are you sure it was a simple invitation? Did those women do it willingly?" Ahem. The white tiger coughed dryly. "Don't worry about these details." Lin Tian knew that it wasn't a simple invitation. He raised his hand and slapped this guy. "You didn't harm those women, right?" He looked at the white tiger and asked, "Kid, your mind is so dirty. Am I that kind of person? We're just talking about the Tao heart." The white tiger looked at him with disdain. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't doubt the white tiger's words. If the white tiger had really done something terrible and harmed those women, the first celestial master, Zhang Daoling, wouldn't have allowed it to refine pills and cultivate his Tao heart with him. He would definitely have killed it directly. "Continue," he said. The white tiger ground its teeth and was very unhappy. "Back then, I was brought to this stupid mountain by that Taoist ox nose. He asked me to refine pills and cultivate my Tao heart with him. I thought that I was handsome, elegant, and loved by everyone. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it again. "Get to the point." The white tiger curled its lips. When he wasn't paying attention, I tore up his 9 cauldrons alchemy scripture and smashed his alchemy room. I also destroyed a thing called the 9 heavens divine pill. Then I was thrown here. Lin Tian and everyone else, they looked at the white tiger and were all dumbfounded. This guy actually did such a shameful thing back then. One had to know that the history books vaguely recorded that the first celestial master, Zhang Daoling, had only obtained the 9 cauldrons pill scripture after going through thousands of trials and tribulations. After that, he spent 9 years on Mount Longhu to build his own alchemy room, which was located on a precious vein. Then he spent 3 years refining 2 9 heavens divine pills. Once the divine pills were refined, strange phenomena would appear in the world. Its divine effects were earth-shattering, and it was rumored that it could bring the dead back to life. This guy actually tore up the 9 cauldrons alchemy scripture, smashed someone's alchemy room, and even destroyed one of the 9 heavens divine pills. That person didn't tear you alive back then. He only sealed you for 2,000 years. He was too kind. Lin Tian wanted to beat this guy up. The white tiger curled its lips and looked very unhappy. He deserved it. Lin Tian squinted at it. This guy was really a jerk. After being sealed for 2,000 years, he didn't even have the heart to admit his mistake. By the way, what was the cultivation level of the first celestial master? He asked the white tiger. I don't know. I can't see through him. The white tiger curled its lips. Lin Tian squinted at it and stopped asking about the ancestor of the celestial master mansion. After a pause, he asked about something else. Do you know about the former Mount Tai? What happened to Mount Tai? Chapter 1352. Oh, kid, you actually know that Mount Tai has undergone a great change? The white tiger was a little surprised when it heard Lin Tian's words, but then it showed a proud expression. Forget it. Although I don't know how you know that Mount Tai has undergone a great change. You've asked the right person. Even Zhang Daoling might not know the reason for the great change of Mount Tai better than me. After all, in terms of age, I've lived longer than him. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes when he heard its words. As expected, this white tiger knew about Mount Tai. Tell me, he said solemnly. The white tiger saw that Lin Tian seemed to be very concerned about this matter, so it immediately snorted and raised its head with a sense of arrogance. You want to know? Massage Grandpa, whose shoulders and legs. If Grandpa, who is happy, he might tell you. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at it. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared immediately and rotated slowly above his head, interweaving a vast sealing power. Tell me honestly. Otherwise, if I'm unhappy, I might seal you forever. F*CK. The white tiger was extremely angry, but at the same time it was a little scared. It could clearly feel how terrifying the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols that Lin Tian brought out was. Disperse this broken thing. Let me sort out my thoughts and tell you. Lin Tian snorted, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols instantly dispersed. The white tiger pondered on the side and paused for a few breaths before it said, Mount Tai has undergone a great change. Well, it's better to say that it's a great change of this world. It looked at Lin Tian and said, You should know that this world is actually a star in the starry sky, right? In the prehistoric times, it was called the Milky Way Emperor Star. It was very famous, even in the entire starry sky. The world is vast and boundless. There are not many big stars in the starry sky that can compare to it. Lin Tian was moved. Earth was a star in the starry sky. He naturally knew this, and so did everyone present. Even the ordinary children of this world knew this. However, was this star once called the Milky Way Emperor Star? Not many stars in the entire starry sky could compare to it. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Is there such a thing? Earth is actually so famous. Tu Xian glared at him. Behind them, the important figures of the Kunlun immortal realm and the other major forces were also shocked. They had never heard of such a thing. Lin Tian asked the white tiger, but this world isn't that big. In the starry sky, there are many stars around it that are bigger than it. Even the ordinary people in this world knew about Earth's current size, and through technology, they discovered that there were many stars around Earth, many of which were larger than Earth. Let me finish first. Didn't I say that it was in the past? It was something from the prehistoric times. The white tiger said, in that era, this world was vast and boundless. The spiritual energy was unparalleled, and there were countless powerhouses. Then, at the end of the prehistoric times, there was a terrible war that truly destroyed the world. This world was almost destroyed at that time. It continued. After that war, most of the powerful inheritances in this world were destroyed. More than 90% of the territory was lost. The most famous divine mountains, such as Mount Tai, Kunlun, and Penglai, were destroyed beyond recognition. The remaining parts are less than 1,000th of what they were in the past. The ancestral veins were also damaged because of that war. Although they weren't destroyed, they slowly withered with the passage of time, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the great Tao to become weaker and weaker, making it more and more unsuitable for cultivation. As it spoke, it continued, "Of course, this tiger only knows about these things from the remnants of ancient books. I didn't experience that battle in the past. It's said that those who experienced that battle are almost all dead. Therefore, I can't tell whether this is true or not. In the era when I existed, this world was already like this." The masters of the Kunlun Wonderland and other major forces were all shocked. Such a terrifying war had once taken place in this world. This world used to be far more vast than it was now. More than 90% of the territory had been destroyed by the war. The reason why the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the great Tao in this world were thin and weak was because of the war back then. We are living in a broken world now. The sect master of the Kunlun Wonderland was shocked. Well, if what was recorded in the ancient book back then was true, this is more or less the situation. The white tiger said, "This caused everyone to show an expression of disbelief. This kind of thing was too unbelievable and too shocking." Wisps of light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. When he found the fragments of the sword soul on Mount Tai, he saw what Mount Tai used to look like. It was towering and huge, and there were immortal mountains around it. At that time, he guessed that the earth back then was as vast and huge as it was now. Unexpectedly, his guess was quite accurate. He looked at the white tiger and asked, "Does the ancient book you read still exist? I want to take a look at it in detail." "I don't know. It has been 20,000 years since I saw that ancient book. Who knows where it went?" The white tiger curled its lips and paused for a moment. Then it said, "However, in ancient times there was a small-scale change in Mount Tai. A stone book rushed out from under Mount Tai with the sky full of divine splendor, causing a fight among the strong. Then it seemed that it was snatched by a few birdmen with wings in the west. If you want to explore the real situation of the great changes in the world back then, you can look for that stone book. There may be a lot of clues in it. There was a stone book that appeared under Mount Tai." Lin Tian frowned. "Did you also see this from the ancient book?" "That's not it. This tiger saw it with its own eyes." The white tiger said, "Then, speaking of which, that stone book is a little strange. The patterns on it are very strange. They are neither like formation patterns nor Tao patterns. They are very complicated. Most importantly, it is very hard. The people who fought for it at that time were all super strong. During the process of fighting, all kinds of divine power were vast and mighty. Among them, the stone book was affected several times, but the stone book was not damaged at all. Even so, any divine power that came close to it was absorbed by it. It was like a small drop of water flowing into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye." Lin Tian frowned slightly. The white tiger was at the sixth sky of Nirvana realm. Since it was called a super strong person by it, then the people who fought for that stone book should at least be in the Emperor realm. There might even be a heavenly venerable realm existence. The enormous power of such a strong person could not damage the stone book at all, and all the power was absorbed by it. Not simple, he muttered to himself. He paused for a moment, and wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. The West, huh? I'm just preparing to go on an expedition to the West. I'll go look for it. If it's really in the West, then I'll take it, he said. Now, the people from the Western Orthodoxies were planning to go on an expedition to the Middle Continent to fight for the famous mountains. He had already planned to go on an expedition to the West. Now that he heard this from the White Tiger, that there was an ancient stone book under Mount Tai that was stolen by the Westerners, and that it might contain specific clues about the great changes that occurred in this world, he was even more determined to go to the West. He wanted to kill those people from the Western Orthodoxies and take back the stone book at the same time. After all, he was born in this world, and he was very interested in the great changes that happened in this world. He wanted to know more about it. Moreover, that book emerged from under Mount Tai back then. It originally belonged to the Middle Continent, so how could he let an outsider have it? Beside him, Tu Xianxian heard his words, and his eyes instantly lit up. Master, are you really going to go on an expedition to the West? Bring me along. No, Lin Tiandao. Don't be like that, Master. Just bring me along to broaden my horizons. Also, the journey to the West is very long, and the journey will be very tiring. If you bring Xianxian along, she can massage your waist and massage your back, talk to you, and relieve your loneliness. There's no harm in bringing her along. Also, Xianxian's tail is very comfortable. You can try touching it. Tu Xianxian said. When he heard Lin Tian say that the white tiger's fur was very comfortable to touch, he immediately thought that Lin Tian liked furry things. With a swoosh, he flashed his 5 tails. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. This little fox was really planning to cling on to him. The white tiger looked at Tu Xianxian and its eyes lit up. Let me touch it. Hooligan. Scram! Tu Xianxian raised her leg and kicked the white tiger, which was now about 3 inches long, several dozen feet away. Behind him, the masters of the Kunlun fairyland and other big forces were all embarrassed. The headmaster of the Qingqiu branch was the most embarrassed. The genius of his branch was getting bolder and bolder. He actually kicked a big, ferocious beast away. Tu Xianxian begged Lin Tian, acting coquettishly and shamelessly, which made Lin Tianyi speechless. In the end, he agreed and decided to take Tu Xianxian to the West. At the same time, he looked at the white tiger not far away and said, "You come with us." The white tiger was not a heinous person, but he was a complete lecher. Although he would not do such evil things as harming a woman's chastity, now that he had broken out of the seal, and after more than 1,000 years, he guessed that this guy would turn around and invite beautiful women to travel the world or something. This would bring a lot of trouble to others. He decided to take him with him for the time being to keep an eye on him and not let him act recklessly. At the same time, the white tiger had seen the ancient book that emerged from under Mount Tai. If he took the white tiger with him, he should be able to sense the aura of the stone book. It would be helpful for him to find the stone book. No. In the distance, the white tiger shook his head like a rattle drum. I want to invite beautiful women to travel the world. As he spoke, his eyes were shining. Lin Tian immediately wanted to beat him up. This guy was indeed planning this. He looked at the white tiger. With a wave of his right hand, a treasure fruit intertwined with brilliance appeared. It was the 1,000-spirit treasure fruit that could raise the cultivation of any cultivator under Half-Step Emperor by a small stage. Come with me, I'll give this to you. The 1,000-spirit treasure fruit was a rare treasure. Anyone under Half-Step Emperor would be jealous of it. However, it was nothing to him. He had obtained some of this from the little Taichu, and he just happened to have one left. This is the legendary 1,000-spirit treasure fruit. Anyone under Half-Step Emperor will be able to raise their cultivation greatly if they eat it. This, the masters of the Kunlun Immortal Realm and other large factions recognized the treasure fruit that Lin Tian took out. They were all shocked. Lin Tian could actually take out such a legendary treasure so easily. Moreover, he didn't seem to care about it at all. The white tiger's eyes widened, and its saliva almost flowed out. It rushed over and grabbed the 1,000-spirit treasure fruit in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes were shining. With this treasure fruit, it could directly break through to the 7th layer of Nirvana realm. It quickly put away the 1,000-spirit treasure fruit, as if it was afraid that Lin Tian would take it back. Then it coughed and said, "Let me say this first. This tiger doesn't covet your 1,000-spirit treasure fruit. I just feel that, as a senior, I should give a positive response to a junior's request. Therefore, this tiger has decided to go with you to the west." Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't say anything. Chapter 1353. After leaving Mount Longhu, Lin Tian brought along the white tiger and 2 xianxian. Their speed was not fast, and they traveled on foot instead of in the air. Then, more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a blood-colored bird streaked through the air. It was a manifestation of divine sense, a secret technique used by the Green Hill Foxes to deliver messages. It arrived beside 2 xianxian, and in the blink of an eye, entered her sea of consciousness. 2 xianxian's expression changed slightly. "Master, the people from the Western Orthodoxy are here. There are about 700 of them. They have crossed the border and are heading towards Kunlun." She quickly reported to Lin Tiandao. A cold light flashed in Lin Tiandao's eyes. The people from the Western Orthodoxy were really fast. "Let's go," he said. Golden divine light surged around his body, enveloping the white tiger and 2 xianxian as he charged into the sky and disappeared into the distance in an instant. After about 10 breaths, he appeared in front of a vast mountain with the white tiger and 2 xianxian. Looking from afar, this mountain range was majestic, and there were wisps of hazy mist lingering around it. It was very mysterious. It was Mount Kunlun. Kunlun. Lin Tiandao muttered to himself. Mount Kunlun was known as the #1 divine mountain in the Central Plains. It was said to be one of the places where the ancient immortals and gods lived. He brought the white tiger and 2 xianxian to this place. The light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes as he looked towards Mount Kunlun. He looked at the majestic mountain and the hazy mist that intertwined within. Very quickly, he felt a trace of an extraordinary aura that carried the power of Tao. This Tao energy was not dense, but it was very ancient and vast. It was intertwined with a kind of fascinating fluctuation. This is not simple. He thought to himself. 2 xianxian was beside him. Seeing him looking at Mount Kunlun, he asked, "Master, do you want to go up there for a walk?" "Not for now." Lin Tiandao shook his head and added, "Also, I'm not your master. Don't call me that anymore." 2 xianxian nodded obediently. "Yes, master. I understand." Lin Tian, he glanced at Kunlun one last time before calling out to the white tiger and 2 xianxian to travel towards a flat mountainous area. It didn't take long for them to travel over a few thousand meters away. In this place, the terrain was very wide. There were not many people around, and the vegetation was also very sparse. Lin Tian led the white tiger and 2 xianxian to this place. They stopped and looked ahead. Very soon, 15 minutes had passed. The air in front of them became abnormal. Waves of divine power waves surged. In the next moment, several hundred silhouettes appeared on the horizon. All of them had powerful blood and qi fluctuations intertwined around them. Some had divine radiance coiling around their bodies. Some had black light coiling around their bodies. Some rode on powerful birds, and some wore pitch-black armor. The air turned cold. Cold light lingered in all directions. TSK, these little bastards from West Earth actually dared to come to Middle Earth, so arrogantly. Their arrogance is really high. The white tiger curled its lips. "It's too much." The 2 xianxian said. Previously, in the secret realm of Mount Tai, a group of people from the Western Orthodoxy had attacked them. Many of them were experts, and they wanted to annihilate all the experts from the major factions. At that time, if Lin Tian wasn't there, those from the major factions and some of the smaller sects would have been annihilated. At this time, they saw people from the Western Orthodoxy invading East Earth. Moreover, it was the Eastern Punitive Expedition Army from the Western Orthodoxy that wanted to invade the famous mountains of Middle-earth. Naturally, they were very unhappy. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stood on the spot and looked at the people from the Western Orthodoxy. There were 700 people from the Western Orthodoxy. They had already crossed the border and were heading towards Kunlun. At this moment, they naturally saw Lin Tian, the White Tiger, and Tu Xianxian blocking their way. Cold light flashed across their faces. Cultivators from Middle-earth? Do they already know that we're coming? So what if they know? Middle-earth is too weak now. Compared to us, it's like a firefly competing with the sun. They're here to stop us. Just the 3 of them? What a joke. Crush them. The 700 or so Western cultivators had cold gazes. They were all from powerful inheritances in the West, and they were all very arrogant. Dozens of people walked out. Their bodies were surrounded by dark light as they chanted a strange ancient language. The ancient sacred spirit of the stone sword has bestowed upon us the sharp divine sword of light. We can cut through the turbidity that covers our eyes and kill our enemies. The dozens of people had cold expressions. They were dressed in long black robes, and their voices were cold. Clang, clang, clang. Dense sword lights instantly intertwined and shot out. Each of them was extremely powerful, and they instantly shattered the void. Master, they're from the Arthur clan of the West. They worship a strange stone sword that contains a soul. It's very terrifying. Tu Xianxian said from the side, by worshipping this stone sword, the people of this clan can borrow a trace of the stone sword's power through a special ancient curse. It said that it can easily kill great Dao powerhouses. As the strongest genius of this generation of the Green Hill Fox clan of the Central Plains, she knew more about the cultivation world of the Central Plains and the Western cultivation world. She knew about the Arthur clan of the West. Oh, I also know about this Arthur clan. They have a long history. That stone sword is a heavenly treasure. White Tiger said, clang, clang, clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In front of them, the dense sword lights were vast and mighty, like rain. The vibrations caused the air to hiss. Divine sword of Arthur, pierce the enemy. The dozens of people from the Arthur clan said coldly. They raised their right hands and swung them down. The dense sword lights closed in on Lin Tian and the others. For a moment, the void was about to be penetrated. The dense sword lights pierced through everything. Lin Tian stood in place without moving. The golden light around his body surged and intertwined into a hurricane that swept forward. The dense Arthur sword lights that were closing in suddenly trembled. Then they changed directions and slashed back at the dozens of people from the Arthur clan. Poof, poof, poof. Blood exploded. The dozens of people from the Arthur clan were cut into a bloody mist on the spot. The hundreds of people from the West were moved. However, they quickly became cold again. Undead of hell, heed my command. Solok. A withered old man stood out. No one knew how long he had lived. He seemed to have 1 foot in his coffin. His voice was as ear-piercing as glass rubbing against each other. His sunken eyes were intertwined with a chilling light. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist behind him surged. A dense group of Een soldiers stepped out of the black mist. They all held blood-red chains in their hands. They were like undead that had walked out of hell. They wanted to lock people's souls and drag them into the pitch-black purgatory. Master, they are from the western underworld. Tu Xianxian said, Walala. The pitch-black chains shook. The withered old man was at the level of half-step enlightenment. He could be ranked in the top 10 among the hundreds of people from the Eastern punitive expedition. He was very powerful. At this moment, he waved his hand. The dense group of Een soldiers directly rushed toward Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He swung his hand, and a ray of pure yang flame burned the dense group of Een soldiers. Then he directly wrapped it around the withered old man from the underworld. Ah! The old man screamed and struggled in fear. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the next moment, his body and soul were burned to ashes. Elder. There were dozens of disciples from the underworld. When they saw the withered old man being burned to ashes by the golden flames, their expressions changed. Chapter 1354. Lin Tian had killed a half-step enlightened realm expert, just like that. The hundreds of soldiers from the Western Orthodoxy were shocked. Fear not. Our Lord's light shines in all directions. No one can stop us. An elder spoke. His body was surrounded by divine light as he walked out from the hundreds of Eastern punitive expedition soldiers. He held a staff in his hand, which was intertwined with strange Tao patterns. At this moment, he pointed it at Lin Tian with a cold expression. In the name of the Lord, I will punish you with heavenly might. Boom! Around his body, rays of runes appeared and intertwined. In the next moment, a huge divine diagram appeared. Lightning and thunder intertwined, and a terrifying aura surged. Master, it's the Vatican. They are the strongest lineage in the Western Orthodoxy. Everyone in this lineage is terrifying. Tu Xianxian versus Lin Tiandao. Boom! In front of him, the divine light around the elder's body became thicker. The divine diagram he summoned was even more terrifying, and the lightning was rampant. Dazzling light, the elder shouted. He pressed the staff in his hand down. The divine diagram, intertwined with the power of lightning and thunder, directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The divine diagram flew past, cutting through space and annihilating the air. Lin Tian swung his hand, and a golden sword ray flew past. It destroyed the divine diagram and pierced through the elder's forehead. Ah! The elder let out a shrill scream. He exploded on the spot, and his body and soul were destroyed. So powerful. Tu Xianxian's eyes lit up. Although he knew that Lin Tian was strong, seeing enlightened realm expert killed so easily still shocked him. This Lord Bishop, how is this possible? The dozens of disciples from the Vatican who had followed them here trembled. Their Lord Bishop was an enlightened realm and was the strongest person in their group. But now he was killed so easily by a cultivator from the Central Plains. At the same time, the hundreds of soldiers from the Eastern punitive expedition trembled. At this moment, they truly felt the terror of Lin Tian. They had met someone they could not afford to offend. How is this possible? How can there be someone so strong in the Central Plains? A half-step enlightened realm expert could not help but tremble. He came from the Millet clan of the Western Orthodoxy, and his eyes were filled with shock. Use my sex-forbidden technique against him, a man from the Western heavens shouted. He was also a Wuxian expert and was slightly weaker than the bishop from the Roman Curia. He was ranked second among the hundreds of soldiers. Immediately, the 70 or so people from heaven stepped forward and chanted the incantation together with this person. Their voices shook the sky. In the next moment, the void rumbled and vibrated. Streaks of strange killing runes surged out, intertwining with boundless killing lights. The old man from heaven opened his mouth and said with a cold expression, God rules over the mortal world and bestows upon us glory. With the light of noisy. Lin Tiandao interrupted this person's words. An invisible force of Tao surged forward like water ripples. Chi, chi, chi. Instantly the boundless holy light was annihilated. Ah! The old man from heaven let out a miserable shriek as his body crumbled inch by inch, turning into a pile of ashes. After that, the formless Tao power continued to fluctuate and crushed all of the Heavenly Hall's disciples. Blood mist drifted in the air and sprinkled everywhere. This, impossible. How could this be? The hundreds of Eastern punitive soldiers were completely terrified. Who was this person? How could he kill their top experts so easily like cutting grass? Retreat. Retreat first, a half-step Wujin expert said. At this moment, he completely understood how terrifying Lin Tiandao was. They would not be able to stop him. At this moment, the hundreds of Eastern punitive soldiers trembled and retreated back the way they came. Their expressions were fearful, as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. You want to leave? What kind of place do you think the Middle Earth is? Is it a place where you can come and go as you please? Lin Tiandao's voice was cold. He took a step forward. Dragon runes intertwined, and the power of the earth surged like an earthquake. Pooh! 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 Half of the hundreds of Eastern punitive soldiers exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. Conquering the Middle Earth's famed mountains in the east, you guys must have eaten the guts of immortals. His voice was cold as he took another step forward. Dragon runes intertwined. The earth shook and the earth trembled. Pooh! 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 Bloody mist drifted in the air. Another group of Eastern punitive soldiers exploded. So powerful! Master is so powerful! Tu Xianxian's eyes lit up, and his face was full of admiration. Lin Tiandao took a third step forward. At this time, the earth trembled, and another group of Eastern punitive soldiers exploded. The hundreds of Eastern punitive soldiers were reduced to a few dozen in the blink of an eye. They were all terrified. How could there be such a terrifying person in the Middle Earth? Lin Tiandao took a fourth step, and another bloody mist exploded. A large group of Eastern punitive soldiers died. Damned Middle Earth people, don't be so smug. My master will give you the most severe punishment. The second group of Eastern punitive soldiers is far stronger than us. They will set out very soon and will definitely exterminate you all. An expert from the Christian church roared. I will send them down to accompany you. Lin Tiandao's words were simple. He took a fifth step. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The last few dozen Eastern punitive soldiers had all died tragically. Immediately, the place quieted down. Only the ground was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight. So powerful, master. Tu Xianxian jumped over. It's nothing. Lin Tiandao, this group of Eastern punitive soldiers, whose strongest experts were only at the level of enlightenment, were even less than ants in front of him. He paused for a moment, glanced at the majestic Kunlun behind him, and then turned to leave. Let's go. He called out to Tu Xianxian and the White Tiger, and they headed west. Western Punitive Expedition. Western Punitive Expedition. Master, you are so cool. Tu Xianxian was very excited. The Western orthodoxies were very powerful. They had invaded the Middle Earth several times, seized many treasures, and destroyed many territories. Now, they had even launched an Eastern punitive expedition. Almost 1,000 experts had killed their way into the Middle Earth. But now, Lin Tianyi had single-handedly killed all of them. He was going to launch a punitive expedition to the west. This really made people's blood boil. At any time, our territory cannot be violated. Those who come with good intentions are welcome. Those who come with ill intentions are killed. Lin Tiandao. His voice was very calm as he led the White Tiger and Tu Xianxian westward. Not long after, they approached the border. The void in front of them trembled, and strands of divine light rolled over. The aura was astonishing. More than 1,000 figures arrived. There were peak Wujin experts among them. The second Eastern punitive expedition had arrived. Lin Tiandao's expression was cold. With a swing of his hand, a beam of golden sword light shot out. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In front of them, more than 1,000 figures exploded one by one. Blood dyed the sky red. With just one sword, everyone was pulverized. Not even a complete corpse was left. They had all turned into a bloody mist. Hiss! Tu Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A single sword strike had killed more than 1,000 people. Among them were peak Wuzhen experts. This kind of method truly shocked her. Let's go! Lin Tiandao. The group crossed the border and set foot on the West Earth. Not long after, they encountered the Third Eastern Punitive Expedition. There were more than 2,000 of them, and their blood energy was vigorous and terrifying. Regarding this, Lin Tiandao had nothing to say. He mercilessly attacked, and the golden sword light swept out in all directions. Ah! Miserable screams reverberated in the air. Someone from the Central Plains. You know! The Eastern Punitive Expedition Army trembled, their scalps going numb. Among them, a Wuzhen realm bishop of the Holy See sent out a divine sense beam before he died. It flew into the sky and transmitted everything that had happened here back to the Holy See. Lin Tiandao glanced at the divine sense beam flying into the sky. He didn't block it, but swung his sword and slashed at the other Eastern Punitive Expedition Army. Uft! 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 A bloody mist accompanied miserable screams. In the blink of an eye, the Third Eastern Punitive Expedition Army was completely annihilated. Lin Tiandao glanced at the blood-stained ground. He led the White Tiger and Tu Xian and continued westward. West Holy See, what? Those who went to the Central Plains are all dead. They were all annihilated by a young man from the Central Plains. An important figure in this branch stood up from an ancient wooden chair after receiving the report. This was an extremely powerful person. His face was filled with anger, and a wave of energy as deep as the abyss intertwined around him, causing the void to distort inch by inch. His aura was somewhat frightening. Great Archbishop, it's exactly so. A powerhouse from the Holy See said in a trembling voice. Not long ago, a bishop of the Third Eastern Punitive Expedition Army sent back a divine sense beam. The beam contained Lin Tiandao's appearance, as well as the blurry images of Lin Tiandao slaughtering the Eastern Punitive Expedition Army. After receiving the message, this person immediately came to this place to report. Damn it! How is this possible? The important figure of the Holy See was furious. Then this person walked out and headed towards the depths of the Holy See. It was obvious that he was going to report to the higher-ups of the Holy See. Not long after, the news spread, and the entire Western Orthodoxy was shocked. The Third Eastern Punitive Expedition Army was annihilated by a young man from the Central Plains. How is this possible? There were powerhouses at the peak of Wuzhen in the Third Eastern Punitive Expedition Army. Every family had their own elites. How could they have been annihilated? I heard that person is coming all the way west. What? He killed our Great Eastern Punitive Expedition Army, and now he's coming to the west. He's too arrogant. He's courting death. Many cultivators from the Western Orthodoxy were shocked. Not long after, the people of the Western Orthodoxies learned that the First and Second Expeditionary Armies that had gone to the Central Plains had been completely annihilated. The dozens of vanguard troops that had gone before them had also died. It seemed that they had been killed by the same person. That damned Central Plains person, how dare he? Is he trying to provoke us? The Western Orthodoxy was shocked and enraged. Lin Tiandao led Tu Xian and the White Tiger all the way to the west. Now they had truly set foot on the land of the west. Master, where are we going to first? Tu Xian asked. Athens. Lin Tiandao. Athens was one of the divine cities of the West. It was famous throughout the world, and there were many myths and legends about it. Chapter 1355. Athens, located in Greece, was an ancient city filled with myths and legends. It was even known as the cradle of Western civilization. Lin Tian led the White Tiger and Tu Xianxian into Athens. Soon, they arrived at a huge ancient castle. The ancient castle occupied a large area. It had a majestic aura that was intertwined with the fluctuations of time. This inheritance is indeed very old. Lin Tian. The aura of time intertwined with the ancient castle was very strong. It had at least 100,000 years of history. He couldn't help but sigh. This aqua-blue planet was far from what people in the current era knew. Its history was frighteningly long. He paused for a moment, then led the White Tiger and Tu Xianxian into the ancient castle. "Sir, is there a problem?" "No one is allowed to enter this place." There were people guarding outside the ancient castle. They were dressed like modern people. Seeing Lin Tian approaching, one of them came forward to stop him. Lin Tian could naturally see that this person was a cultivator in the divine pulse realm. He didn't say much. His footsteps didn't change, but a faint light flashed in his eyes. The people who came forward to stop him and the others guarding outside the ancient castle suddenly became absent-minded. No one stopped them, and they all made way for the three of them. Soon, the three of them entered the ancient castle of the Arthur clan. The ancient castle was very spacious. There were ancient pavilions and other things. The spiritual energy intertwined with each other was also very extraordinary. "Who is it?" There were many disciples of the Arthur clan walking around in the ancient castle. Seeing Lin Tian and the other two walk into the ancient castle so casually, one of them immediately stood up and shouted. However, in the next moment, the disciple of the Arthur clan who asked the question changed his expression. He stared at Lin Tian and stepped back. It's you." This person pointed at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. Not long ago, there was news from the Holy See that the Eastern punitive expedition to the Central Plains had been completely annihilated by a young man from the Central Plains. There was also news about the appearance of Lin Tian, who had killed 3 groups of Eastern punitive expedition. All the Western orthodoxies knew about this. At this moment, the disciple from the Arthur clan saw Lin Tian and immediately recognized him. At the same time, the other Arthur clan disciples in the ancient castle looked over, and their expressions changed when they saw Lin Tian. How dare you intrude into the Arthur clan?" These people were shocked and furious. A group of Arthur clan disciples rushed out. All of them had extraordinary chi and blood. Many of them were already at the level of the Sea of Consciousness realm. In the current era of Earth, it was really extraordinary. When they looked at Lin Tian, their faces were filled with hostility. Many of their eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I don't believe that he is strong enough to kill 3 great expeditionary armies on his own." A young Arthur clan disciple at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm shouted. He pulled out a broadsword and rushed toward Lin Tian. With a clang, the sword hummed as it slashed toward Lin Tian's head. It was clear that he wanted to kill Lin Tian in one hit. Lin Tian didn't move at all. The man's broadsword shattered right in front of Lin Tian. Then, a powerful shockwave rippled out like water. The Arthur clan's disciple who was rushing towards Lin Tian was smashed into pieces and turned into a mist of blood. Instantly, the expressions of the Arthur clan's disciples changed. They were shocked and furious. How dare you kill people in the Arthur clan?" "Damn it! Damn you, demon! You will be punished by the heavens." The Arthur clan disciples were furious. Tu Xianxian curled his lips. "Are all the people of the Western lineages so shameless? You came to the Central Plains and tried to invade our territory. Now that you're here, you have only yourself to blame. How dare you say that you will be punished by the heavens? How ugly! Little girl, you're inexperienced. You should know that villains are all like that. White Tiger clicked his tongue. Lin Tian did not say anything. Gold and divine light intertwined around his body. His aura shook and turned into a hurricane that swept out in all directions. Many of them coughed up blood and trembled. Their faces were filled with fear. Quick, inform the patriarch and elders. The evil cultivators of the Central Plains are attacking our clan. Someone shouted. Who are you calling evil? You're the evil ones. Your entire clan is evil. Tu Xianxian raised his hand, and a sharp sword light cut off the head of the Arthur clan disciple. She was also a cultivator who had reached the immortal state. Her talent was extraordinary, and her combat strength was astonishing. Naturally, the average Arthur clan disciple could not stop her. Ask the pretty girls of your clan to come out and greet me. I'll talk to them about life and ideals. White Tiger said. During his trip to the West, he had met many modern people and learned many words of this era. The Arthur clan disciples were both shocked and angry. Many of them were trembling. You just wait, someone said in a trembling voice. He ran into the depths of the ancient castle to inform the patriarch and elders of his clan. Lin Tian silently stood where he was and did not do anything else. Kid, the Arthur clan has been around for a long time. They have many tricks up their sleeves. Are you confident that you can handle them? White Tiger asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Lin Tian was calm. He had even killed many celestial venerables in the 10 Directions celestial domain. A small Arthur clan was nothing to him. He stood at this place, and very soon, several dozen breaths passed. A few tall figures walked out from the Arthur clan. Their blood and chi fluctuations seemed very thick and very intimidating. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man who was at the half-step Nirvana realm. Behind him, there were 8 other elders. All of them had extraordinary blood and chi, and their cultivation was at the peak of the great Tao realm. Patriarch, elders. Seeing the middle-aged man and the 8 elders walk out, the Arthur clan disciples in the ancient castle were pleasantly surprised. After that, they looked towards Lin Tian. All of their eyes were extremely cold, as if they were looking at a corpse. Man from the Central Plains, you've got guts. Among the 9 people who walked out, the middle-aged man in the lead had a cold voice. He was the current patriarch of the Arthur clan. At the same time, the other 8 elders of the Arthur clan also had emotionless gazes. Lin Tian swept his gaze across the people from the Arthur clan, and his gaze landed on the Arthur clan's family head. Your Arthur clan sent people from West Earth to the East, vainly attempting to invade the mountains and rivers of Middle Earth. Are you tired of living? Or do you want to die? Or do you want your clan to be wiped out? His voice was calm and indifferent, causing all the Arthur clan disciples to be furious. Their expressions were sinister. How dare you? How dare you speak to our patriarch like that? Rude man from the Central Plains, you deserve to die. The Arthur clan disciples berated. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and his voice was very calm. Little fox, kill all of them who spoke. Yes, master. Tu Xianxian said. He led his immortal sword, and sword light filled the sky, directly attacking the person who spoke just now. Instantly, blood splattered and ear-piercing screams sounded. In the blink of an eye, a few Arthur clan disciples died tragically. Ah, damn it. Patriarch, save us. The cultivation of these Arthur clan disciples was extraordinary, but compared to Tu Xianxian, they were undoubtedly much weaker. They couldn't block Tu Xianxian's sword at all. More than half of the people who spoke just now were killed by the immortal sword in an instant. You're courting death. 2 cold glints flashed across the eyes of the Arthur clan's patriarch. He took a step forward and directly attacked Tu Xianxian. However, at the next moment, a loud slap rang out. The Arthur clan's patriarch, who had just taken a step forward, was directly sent flying. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in this place changed. Patriarch. These people were all shocked. The patriarch of their own bloodline was actually sent flying out all of a sudden. Even the 8 great Dao realm elders of the clan were moved. The cold expressions on their faces instantly turned into shock. One of the elders looked at Lin Tian. "You're the one who attacked. How dare you?" Slap. The slap was loud and clear. This person was sent flying. After rolling to the side, he couldn't stand up for a long time. This time, everyone in the Arthur clan was stunned. Many people couldn't help but tremble. They knew that it was definitely Lin Tian who attacked, but they didn't even see how Lin Tian attacked. From the beginning to the end, they didn't see Lin Tian make any movements. He just stood quietly on the spot. This made them feel very terrified. "Kid, your speed is not bad. I didn't even see you attack." The white tiger was surprised. It was floating beside Lin Tian and was at the 6th stage of the Nirvana realm. However, it didn't see Lin Tian attack either. This attack speed could be said to be shocking. In the distance, the Arthur clan's patriarch stood up. His eyes were filled with shock. Then he revealed a vicious expression. "The people of Middle-earth are indeed very strong. It seems that the 3 expeditionary armies have indeed been killed by you. However, where do you think my Arthur clan is? Since you stepped into this place, no matter how powerful you are, you will die today. All of you will die." The man's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and formed a seal. In an instant, the ancient castle of the Arthur family trembled. Ancient runes intertwined, and a murderous aura filled the sky. It was as if an ocean of murderous aura had suddenly appeared, wanting to devour everything. It was terrifying and intimidating. Emperor-level killing array. The white tiger was shocked. On the other side, Tu Xianxian had killed all the Arthur clan disciples who had spoken before. At this time, his expression changed. Boom! In this place, the void shook and the murderous aura intertwined. Even the sky changed color. Emperor runes. Our clan's defensive array. In front of our clan's defensive array, everything is just dust. The disciples of the Arthur family shouted excitedly. Their Arthur clan had a long history. In the past, they had produced an emperor-level expert. The clan had been engraved with emperor runes. At this time, the runes were activated and covered the entire ancient castle. Boundless, murderous aura surged, as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. Under the emperor runes, turn into ashes, the Arthur clan's patriarch said coldly. Following his words, the boundless emperor runes vibrated. The dense, murderous aura pressed down on Lin Tian. The void was instantly annihilated. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and pointed gently. Chapter 1356. The boundless killing light was annihilated, and the dense monarch inscriptions shattered. The Arthur clan, which was originally filled with killing intent, instantly regained its calm. Everyone trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. So powerful. Master, you're too exaggerated. Tu Xianxian stared with wide eyes. An emperor-level killing matrix had covered the entire Arthur's castle. Now, it had been crushed with a light finger. Even the white tiger couldn't help but shrink its neck, shocked by the scene. The people of the Arthur clan were all trembling. Everyone was aghast. How is this possible? Those people were horrified. Their Grand Guardian formation had been destroyed so easily. This was something that they found hard to accept. However, no matter how hard it was to accept, it was the truth that was right in front of them. Damn it! The patriarch of the Arthur clan was furious. An emperor-level protective killing formation in this era was priceless. It was an enormous deterrent force, yet now it was damaged by someone. This type of loss was just too great. Worship the emperor altar. Summon the sword god to kill him. An elder roared. Kill him. The other elders also spoke. He must be killed. The Arthur clan patriarch roared. Immediately, with the middle-aged man as the leader, the other 8 elders chanted ancient incantations together. Their eyes were fierce. In the next moment, the entire Arthur's castle began to rumble. A cold and sharp aura rushed out from the depths of the castle. Then a stone sword flew out. The sword was about 2 feet long, and it was engraved with densely packed Tao inscriptions. "What's the matter?" A cold voice came from the sword, giving off a stifling feeling. The entire stone sword was intertwined with black light, and it was filled with demonic power. "Supreme Sword God, an evil thief from the Middle Earth has broken into our clan and destroyed our Emperor Ray. Supreme Sword God, please kill the evil thief." The Arthur clan patriarch knelt on the ground and bowed to the stone sword. He was extremely respectful, as if he was worshipping a god. "Supreme Sword God, please protect our clan and kill the evil enemy." Several elders and other ordinary disciples of this branch also bowed and paid their respects. Everyone was incomparably respectful. Above the ancient castle, the stone swords intertwined with demonic light, as if they had eyes. They moved slowly towards Lin Tian. To be able to destroy an emperor rank killing mark, interesting. Its godly soul must be very valuable. A cold voice came from the stone sword, like that of a devil emperor. An unparalleled sword might rippled out and instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Large cracks appeared in the void. The white tiger trembled. Looking at the approaching stone sword, it felt a little weak. Tu Xianxian could not help but shrink his neck. He whispered to Lin Tiandao, "Master, can we deal with this sword?" Although she was only at the connecting immortal realm, she could feel the terror of the stone sword at this moment. The Emperor's aura was too dense, as if a true peak emperor had been born. Her soul couldn't help but turn cold, as if it could explode at any time. "It's just a piece of trash. Destroy it and use it to trim your nails." Lin Tian was very calm. Once these words were spoken, the Arthur clan was instantly furious. "How dare you? How dare you be so disrespectful to our clan's supreme sword god? You should be killed 10,000 times." The members of the Arthur clan shouted. At the same time, a cold snort came from the Arthur stone sword. Demonic light burst out of the sword, and an unparalleled sword might enveloped the surrounding space. "Insolent brat." Its voice was cold. Lin Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. With a wave of his left hand, he directly pulled it over from the distance and grabbed it in his hand. The Arthur stone sword trembled, and the weapon spirit inside cried out, "You let go!" It shouted. Its entire body emitted demonic light, and its sword light rushed into the sky, shattering large pieces of the void. It wanted to break free from Lin Tian's left hand. However, it was useless. Lin Tian's hand was like a heaven-splitting saint treasure. It tried its best to break free, but it could not. Lin Tian held the Arthur Emperor sword. His right hand flicked the sword, and a mini 4 symbols Tao diagram entered it. Ah! A shrill scream came out from the stone sword. In the next moment, the entire sword became silent. The weapon spirit inside was crushed by the 4 symbols Tao diagram. "Take it and trim your nails." Lin Tian on Tao threw the stone sword to Tu Xianxian. Tu Xianxian caught the stone sword. His hands trembled, and the Arthur stone sword almost fell to the ground. Just now, Lin Tian said that the Arthur stone sword was just a random stone, and that he would give it to her to trim her nails after destroying it. She did not expect that he would really destroy the weapon spirit inside the Arthur stone sword in the blink of an eye, and then throw it to her to trim her nails. Her eyes widened, and her face was filled with disbelief. This was an emperor sword that contained a weapon spirit. It was a heavenly treasure, and Lin Tian destroyed its weapon spirit so easily. What kind of strength did he need to do that? "Are you really giving it to me?" Her eyes were filled with shock, and she asked Lin Tian carefully. After all, this was not an ordinary heavenly treasure, but an emperor-level heavenly treasure. Even if the weapon spirit was destroyed, the heavenly treasure's power was still the same. It was just that it could not attack on its own. Lin Tian nodded and did not say much. It was just a low-grade heavenly treasure. To him, it was nothing. Tu Xian was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." She hugged the Arthur Stone sword, overjoyed. The value of such an ancient weapon was too great. The white tiger's eyes widened. After a moment of shock, it cried out, "Kid, you're biased." "I want it too." Lin Tian glanced at it. "What's the rush? Didn't the Millet clan say that they have the Zong Emperor staff? I'll give it to you later." With that, he walked toward the Arthur clan leader and the others. You! The Arthur clan leader trembled, the elders trembled, and all the Arthur clan members trembled. At this moment, they were completely terrified. Their clan's emperor-level heavenly treasure, their strongest foundation, had its weapon spirit destroyed so easily and taken away. To their clan, this was a nightmare. What are you doing?" Seeing Lin Tian walking toward him, the Arthur clan leader trembled and retreated. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed him. "What are you guys trying to do by invading the famous mountains in Heartland?" He felt that it was a little strange that the Western orthodoxies suddenly wanted to invade the famous mountains in Heartland. The Arthur clan leader trembled. For the immortal opportunity. Immortal opportunity? What immortal opportunity? Lin Tian frowned. I don't know. The Arthur clan leader trembled. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. "You don't know?" The Arthur clan leader was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. The fear in his eyes became even stronger. "As for what immortal opportunity it is, I really don't know. It was the Archbishop of the Christian Church who came and said that there would be a change in the world. Every famous mountain would be an unparalleled immortal opportunity. They are the most famous mountains in Heartland, and he asked us to work together to seize them. It's true. That's all I know." Lin Tian frowned. He scanned this person with his divine sense and discovered that he wasn't lying. He really only knew that much. He snorted and shook his divine power. He didn't show any mercy, and directly shattered the Arthur clan leader. Clan leader. Everyone from the Arthur clan trembled. Their clan leader was killed in their clan, just like that. The mountains and rivers of Heartland aren't so easy to invade. You guys have to pay a price for extending your hands to Heartland. Lin Tian's voice was cold. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and sword light swept out, killing all the grand elders of the great Tao realm in this branch. He also destroyed the few celestial veins underground in this branch. Then the 4 symbols Tao diagram rushed out, enveloping the entire Arthur clan. Buzz! The 4 symbols Tao diagram trembled and scattered. Wisps of divine light quickly entered the bodies of all the Arthur clan members. These Arthur clan members didn't appear to be injured at all, but they soon began to tremble. "Cultivation, my cultivation! It's gone! My true essence is gone! You crippled us." The Arthur clan members were terrified and in despair. All of them had lost their cultivation at this moment. Even the foundation of their cultivation had been destroyed. Even if they had heaven-defying treasures, they would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. In the future, they could only live the rest of their lives as mortals. Even the White Tiger and Tu Xian were wide-eyed, crippling all the Arthur clan members in an instant. This method was terrifying. "Brat, you're ruthless." The White Tiger bared his teeth. "Ruthless?" Lin Tian snorted. "I'm already being merciful by not directly exterminating their clan. Territory, mountains, and rivers were where the dignity of a country lay. No matter which world it was in, there was no exception. These people had invaded the Central Plains from the west, trying to seize the famous mountains and rivers of the Central Plains. This was a slap to the face of the Central Plains, trampling on the dignity of the Central Plains. He had already been merciful by letting them pay such a price. Ah, devil, you devil! Damn you! The Arthur clan was in despair. In just an instant, their entire clan had been crippled. Invading our territory, you have the ambition of a wolf. You deserve it, Tu Xian Xian said. Lin Tiantan glanced coldly at these people, then called Tu Xian Xian and White Tiger out. Soon they were tens of thousands of feet away from the Arthur castle. Master, you're amazing. Tu Xian Xian hugged the heavenly treasure Arthur's sword, his eyes shining. By the way, who is Grandmaster? He actually taught Master to be so powerful. I already said that I'm not your master, and my master is not your Grandmaster. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, also, don't use the word taught. It's weird. Master, you're being arrogant. Don't be like this. I'll just acknowledge you as my cute disciple. Tu Xian Xian said. His ability to act spoiled and shamelessly was a complete mess. Lin Tian was speechless. He did not say anything else and walked in the other direction of Athens. After this, an hour quickly passed. At this time, Lin Tian led the White Tiger and Tu Xian Xian to another ancient castle in Athens. This ancient castle was about the same size as the Arthur clan's ancient castle. It was intertwined with an extremely rich aura of time, appearing simple and unadorned. Millet clan, brat, don't forget this tiger's heavenly treasure. White Tiger said, his eyes shining.